already 1:30 now. We should start, I guess.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to IvyCap Day Virtual Conference 2021. I am Ansi, and along with my colleague Madhuri, would be walking you through what we hope would be an insightful 2 days of intensive exchange of ideas and information. While some of you are already familiar with IvyCap Day, some of you are attending this event for the first time. Every year, IvyCap Day marks the congruence of our entire ecosystem with our investors, entrepreneurs, mentors, institutions, and speakers from across the spectrum. It is a forum where we exchange notes, ideate on emerging trends in the VC industry, conversations with our portfolio companies, investors, and budding entrepreneurs who could be the market leaders of tomorrow. Our theme for IvyCap Day 2021, which is also our first virtual event, is a multiplier effect, where we would be discussing on how startups, through their innovation and cutting-edge technologies, have created a ripple effect across all dimensions of our lives. The key objective is to bring together all stakeholders and understand ways and means of creating synergies that can generate immense value for the entire ecosystem. We are delighted to have with us here today industry leaders, veterans, and entrepreneurs who over the course of the next 2 days would share their invaluable insights on how each of these stakeholders is playing its own role in creating this multiplier effect. I would also like to take this opportunity to announce that this year, IvyCap celebrates a decade of its existence. It has been 10 long years of a fantastic journey with ups and downs, learnings, and unforgettable experiences. So let's start our IvyCap Day by getting a glimpse into our decade-old journey, and who better than Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder and managing partner IvyCap, to give us a sneak peek into the IvyCap world. But before that, we'll start with a small video that would take us through this wonderful, inspiring journey of IvyCap.
Welcome to IvyCap Day 2021. It's been 10 years since we started IvyCap. IvyCap's journey started in the year 2011 when the venture capital ecosystem in India was new. We started with the passion to create the endowment ecosystem in the country and have now become one of the top venture capital funds in the country.
Global Alumni Endowment Fund was set up in 2019 and launched by Honorable President of India at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Since the inception stage of this fund, IvyCap, under the leadership of Vikram Gupta, had a major role in setting up the fund.
It was IvyCap's unique philosophy of investment that was the key differentiator towards the success of IvyCap.
With a significant portion of the fund manager's profits being given to educational institutions of India in order to fund young entrepreneurs and innovators in different campuses across the country.
This philosophy ensured that there was nurturing of talent which was happening at the campus, a mentoring pool that was available. It ensured that there was money which was coming in form of investments from various alumni. It ensured that the entire alumni network could be leveraged.
Give Back program has been extremely motivating for the investors because they get a chance to give back to their alma maters. And we have seen that this has generated a tremendous amount of enthusiasm among our investors.
We have support from almost about 20 financial institutions in the country who have participated across our funds. And their support gives us a lot of confidence as they come back from Fund 1 to Fund 2 and now to Fund 3.
We have invested in 30 companies across Fund 1 and Fund 2. Many of them are household names today. Some of them have gone on to become global names. With that, we have got one dragon in Fund 1 and we expect some more in Fund 2 as well.
But a dragon is a company in your portfolio which gives you more than 1x return of your entire fund. Our Fund 1 was successful in creating India's first dragon. We actually returned more than the size of the fund back to the investors.
On our platform, we have over 3,000 curated startups across our engagement models. We work with startups, entrepreneurs, institutes, corporates, investors, domain experts to create engagements that facilitate building, testing, marketing, and funding of high potential entrepreneurs and their solutions.
When a founder takes money from a fund, what they need is not just paper money, but also an opportunity to learn, to make lesser mistakes, and to focus their energies in the right direction. IvyCap mentorship program does just that.
Our mentorship program has been structured with the objective to get the best and the most relevant professionals who are largely coming from within our ecosystem.
Also, the mentors get something back. They get some equity in the companies in which they are a mentor, and that keeps them motivated to help the startup companies do very well.
As an entrepreneur, you always dream about getting access to a pool of qualified folks. For example, we connected with an artificial intelligence expert based in US while developing some of the algorithms at FT Cash. Honestly, this would not have been possible if we were on our own.
We are extremely excited with the progress we are making with the growth of the funds and the endowment ecosystem that we have created. We aspire to take IvyCap to the global markets, making it one of the largest and most value-creating venture capital funds around the world, coming from India.
Good afternoon. Let me start by thanking everyone for being part of our most important annual event, IvyCap Day 2021. This is one event where we get the opportunity to engage with our investors, portfolio companies, mentors, advisors, and our well-wishers. Special thanks to all our investors who have continued to believe in us and gave us the confidence to continue to perform and to achieve greater heights year over year. I would also like to thank our portfolio companies who have worked very diligently to create value for all our stakeholders. The theme of IvyCap Day this year is the multiplier effect. We believe that we have created the multiplier effect through our unique structure and model in various ways. Today, we are proud to have achieved certain very important milestones in the journey. IvyCap has created many firsts in the venture capital industry. We are the first venture capital fund in the world to have integrated an endowment fund model into the venture capital structure. We were instrumental in creating India's first endowment fund at IIT Delhi on the lines of the US universities' endowment funds. This endowment fund model is now being replicated across many other education institutions, including IIM Ahmedabad and others. We are the first and the only VC fund in the world to have support from the Alumni Trust as our anchor and sponsor. It's important to note that the IIT alumni entrepreneurs are creating a unique impression in the global markets. Over 60% of unicorns in India have at least one alumnus in their founding teams. If we rank the entire 770 unicorns in the world as on date, in the order of the background of the founders, IIT alumni founded unicorns rank number 4th. We are also the first venture capital fund in India to have received support from around 20 institutions in India, including the largest banks and insurance companies. Most of the institutions have continued to support us across our funds. We are the first VC fund in the country to have created a unique mentoring platform leveraging the global IIT and IIM alumni ecosystem. This model works collaboratively with active participation in the portfolio companies, bringing the best-in-class resources to our portfolio companies. We are the first VC fund in India to have integrated the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals framework, into venture capital investing. We believe that integrating the SDG framework with their 17 goals, 169 targets into our investment and portfolio management philosophy will not only create a huge social impact, it will also generate much higher financial returns in our portfolio. We are also the first AIF venture capital fund in India to have created a dragon in the portfolio, a company that returns more than 1x return of the entire fund. With that, we have been able to generate superior financial returns for our investors. What excites me personally is our sustainable endowment model that contributes to creating grassroots level entrepreneurs and innovators across the education institutions of India. The give back from the profits of the fund manager goes back as endowment to the education institutions to be utilized for funding innovators and entrepreneurs across campuses. I also feel fortunate to have support from some of the most respected people in the country in our mentor and our advisory board, who are all extremely passionate about IvyCap. One such person without whom we would not be here is Mr. G.K. Pillai, who has been our chairman at IvyCap right from our inception. Mr. Pillai is a distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras. He was a former Union Commerce and Home Secretary. He is also currently the chairman of the Roadtep Committee. Let me request Mr. Pillai to say a few words.
Welcome to the IvyCap family and friends who joined us for this IvyCap Day. A very warm welcome to you. As I look back, 10 years has passed by in a jiffy. When we started out in 2011, little hesitantly, as the economy at that time was just coming out of the 2008 financial crisis. And I just wanted to recall a couple of incidents where we met one major insurance company, the CMD, and asked for his investment into IvyCaps. And he said, look, my experience with all the investments that the insurance company has made with startups earlier has been literally zero. All our investments have turned bad. So how do I go back to the board and ask them to make a fresh investment in a startup which doesn't have any proven track record? We had to explain our own unique system as well as put across what are the advantages that we had. And then we realized that the CMD finally went back to his board and recommended the investment and made that investment. I have to thank him for that giant leap of faith, which helped IvyCaps in the initial stages. We've had, as Vikram says, not only the mentorship, but the support program. I remember one of the promoters coming and telling us, I've got a problem with a bank. We couldn't sort it out at Mumbai. He had said, I'm coming to Delhi and I'm meeting the Minister of State for Finance. If I tell him that a former secretary to government is also with me, he will give me an appointment. Then we met him at his private office in Windsor Palace. And I remember he was telling us, he said, I don't know anything about IvyCaps or this particular startup, but where do you invest? And we said, do you invest in Rajasthan? And then we said, yes, we have some work which the startup has done in Rajasthan. So he said, tell me the details. We told him the details. He said, hold on. He rang up his constituency. He was a Minister of State Finance from Rajasthan. And he spoke to his person there and said, please find out about what they've done on the field, ask the farmers what they've done, and then come back to me within an hour. Lucky for us, and I must say the credit of the promoters of that startup, within an hour, his man came back and told the MOS, I've asked the farmers, they're all very happy with what the startup has done, and therefore there's nothing, you can support what they are asking. Because we got the support, not fully as much as we got it, but that is the type of effort that both Vikram, the whole mentor team, as well as the IvyCap management and team have put together to try and see that our startups function in a very changing environment and succeed. We've had our failures, we've learned from them, and then we are going ahead again. I'll stop here, and I would like Mr. Pradeep Gupta, who's the chairman of the IIT Alumni Trust, to take us forward.
Thank you, Mr. Pillai. Yes, 10 years has indeed gone off in a jiffy. And yes, in those 10 years, we have already shown the multiplier effect. But I think what we need to do is we need to now take it to the next level of the multiplier effect. And I talk about the IIT ecosystem, the IIT and IIM ecosystem here. As we all know, the power of any network is the square of the number of nodes which are connected to it. And I think that is the kind of a multiplier that we now need to be looking at. It is no longer just a linear multiplier, but we have to look at squaring up the entire power of this entire network that has been created by IvyCap. You know, it's not just that it has helped IvyCap in terms of our own fundraising, because we have reached out, you know, as the IIT Alumni Trust to various IITians, and we have raised money from them. It also has helped us in putting together the mentoring pool. It has helped us in terms of access to technologies, because now we are working very closely with various institutes, and we have therefore not just the access to technology, but access to a deal flow, which is coming from the portals of IITs and IIMs. This sourcing has further helped us in terms of, you know, preparing teams for the entire startup that are being nurtured by IvyCap. So very strong teams. And then finally the exit route. So in terms of the exit route, again, in terms of whether it is strategic investments or whether it is next round of investments, and once again, the power of that entire network starts emerging. So really speaking, you know, it's been a very, very formidable and powerful ecosystem that we now need to leverage over the next 5 years in terms of getting the square of the number of nodes effect. And I think that is what IvyCap would be working on as we go along. And you know, just to illustrate an example, one of the startups, Clovia, you know, just at the time when the pandemic started, they were about to get their next round of funding, and came a call from the funder that because of the pandemic, you know, all funding decisions are stopped, and suddenly the goods that they were selling, you know, there was a big roadblock because of the pandemic. And quickly, within a period of 3 weeks, the startup reinvented itself, went into masks, used the entire power of the network to get various clearances and so on, and was back in business in absolutely no time, and actually had a sustained growth despite the entire pandemic year. So that is the kind of a success that comes up because of the problem solving abilities and the power of the network that is associated with IvyCap. And I'm sure there are many, many such success stories with our various companies that have been funded by IvyCap, and there will be more such stories that will emerge as we go along in the future. With that, I would request Anju Gupta to talk about you know, the thing that we are doing at the ground level with the various institutes. Over to you, Anju.
IvyCap Day. You know, one of the things that I think is the most exciting about the whole entrepreneurship journey is the unknown, you know, the unexpected. You're always discovering something new. And to me, the next few years are extremely exciting, especially from an IvyCap perspective, where our focus is on early stage entrepreneurs and creating engagements within the whole alumni ecosystem. And over the next few years, we look forward to really leveraging this alumni network to its full potential and creating and formalizing a bridge and its all supporting processes, starting right from the institutes where many of our ideas germinate, right up to the end user who is actually seeing the benefits. We look forward to leveraging this multiplier effect for the entire life cycle of an entrepreneur, whether it be any product or any solution. And it's amazing to work with this alumni network that is full of people, not only who have the passion to succeed themselves, but also help others succeed. So here's to a great future decade of exciting innovations, partnerships, and successes. Enjoy the next 2 days, everybody. Over to you, Madhuri.
Wow, wonderful. Makes me feel really nostalgic after seeing the video and hearing all our speakers. Thank you everyone for telling us all about the world of IvyCap. Before we begin our next session, just want to apprise everyone about our networking lounge and the portfolio zones, where you could get a glimpse of our portfolio companies. There are also certain discount coupons available at the portfolio booths like Biryani by Kilo, Bewakoof, Clovia, and Expertrons. And as we continue with our sessions, in case you have any questions, please feel free to ask our panelists using the Ask Questions toggle that would appear on the left-hand side of your screen, and we would do best to address your questions. We'll now move on to our first keynote speaker. He is very passionate about using technology to leapfrog development and large-scale change in India. He has been playing a very active role in mobile payments and financial inclusion, leveraging his experience across various sectors and geographies. He is the regional chair of the Asia Pacific region for Boston Consulting Group and a member of BCG's Global Governing Executive Committee. Please welcome the veteran in the world of consulting, Mr. Neeraj Agarwal.
Hi, I hope you guys somebody can give me a thumbs up if they can hear me. I mean, this platform has a bit of a lag, so I'm trying to get you. Okay, excellent, Karthik. Thank you for that. So thank you for having me here. And this topic certainly intrigued me. And I thought I'll give it my own spin as to what I see as the multiplier effect. So if somebody could do a page turn and come to the next page on this. So just to begin with, 3 personal stories on the multiplier effect, which I have, over the last 2 decades been a part of. One is BCG, the firm I work in for more than 2 decades now. We teach everybody who is a part of the firm that our business model is all about creating enormous value for our clients. And we are a premium consulting provider. And if we do not create, at least for the fees we charge, at least 10 to 20x impact over a period of time, then we cannot continue to work with a client. So, we don't always use the word multiplier effect. We just call a force multiplier, but that's been the credo of the firm all along. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. So that's just what is all about BCG. Then the next one is, as the MC introduced, the topic of financial inclusion. I started working on this in India in about 2007, 2008 timeframe, and this has been actually even perhaps a little earlier than that. And we wanted to, get bank accounts for the poor, and till we realized that till we get an identity platform going, it will not work out. And I was part of the earlier work with the, this was during the UPA government, UPA 1 in 2008-9, we said we need to create a national identity platform. And thankfully, this was one of the recommendations we got accepted. Aadhaar since then got created in that time period. And it's been now a decade-old journey of Aadhaar. And what you've seen in terms of what it has unleashed, I know there are some detractors as well on privacy, etc. But what it has unleashed in general across the board, certainly on the payment side, but now more recently on health and many other places where the identity platform has been an enabler for so many other revolutions, is just a phenomenal example of a multiplier effect, which I have personally been a part of. And I see that as just a true exemplar of that. In the last 5-6 years, I myself had a student from IIT Delhi, and I've, like many people perhaps who will be joining this, have had benefit of great education. We realize that long-term competitive advantage of a nation, as we all know, is driven by the kind of educational institutions it has, because in a 30-40 year time period, that is what is the ultimate differentiator. And technology is going to change the world. We all know that. And we felt that there was a lot more need for new age institutions, which will create the students of tomorrow, which will go on to change the world. And that led me onto this journey, along with many other people, to start the effort to create Plaksha University. And that's something, and that's an institution which is coming of age, and hopefully will live up to its promise that we've all kind of conceptualized it with. So 3 different stories: a corporate story, a story in the world of government, a story in the world of education, but all exemplifying the multiplier in its own different ways. Yep. So hopefully those are two personal stories. But just what I thought, what I will do to bring it home for you is, if you turn the page to the next one, is what is happening in the world around us where multipliers are pertinent, and I thought I'll put the spotlight on a few of them. One is ecosystems. This has become an all-pervasive world, and I think the multiplier effect is truly evident on that, and I like to talk about that. The other one, which I am very passionate about, is the role of leadership. We often talk about technology, we often talk about many other things. We underestimate the role of leadership as a multiplier. So how do you scale talent and results by investing in great leadership is another topic I would like to touch upon. And lastly, we are always doing crystal ball gazing. So what are some of the things, some of the friction points that I see in the world of corporate, or, broader than that, where the emerging innovation could create a multiplier? So I thought I'll cover these three aspects on the multiplier effect. Again, it's a phrase which lends itself to its own interpretation. So hopefully you'll, find some of these useful as I go along on this journey. Yeah. Okay. So then turning on the page, ecosystems have become, we all know this phrase. If somebody can do a page turn, please. Yeah. I think we all know it, but I just wanted to share one or two factoids which just amplifies the importance of ecosystem. If you take a look at some of the highest valued companies in the world today, and take the top 20 of them, half of them today have ecosystems at the core of their business model. This includes companies like the Microsoft, the Googles of the world, but would be a much longer list. So I think ecosystems are genuinely becoming a huge value creator, and they're more than 60% plus of sales across. Going forward, at least all of our analysis indicates that you're either a player in an ecosystem, or you're not going to have a success story coming on. So the important thing of that is, having said that, every ecosystem does not succeed. More than 80% of the ecosystem which are conceptualized fail. So how do you set yourself up, rightfully so, to be able to participate in an ecosystem which is set up for success is incredibly important. And that's and also the other important aspect is, how is that the value share is fair across ecosystems, because there are ecosystems which have monopolistic behavior. So just keeping those in mind is something hugely important as many people think about various aspects of innovation. If you can just move on to the next, and I'll skip a page, skip the next page, but go on to the talent part. Yeah, go on to the next one, please. Yes, this one is a topic I'm incredibly passionate about. I think this is an analysis by BCG on firms which are, these are of the leading Fortune 100 best companies to work for versus S&P 500. And if you take the best companies to work for over a long period of time, this is a decade-long analysis, you will see that on shareholder return, which is the ultimate analysis of what creates value, the best companies to work for create far more value on an annualized basis than the leading S&P 500 firms over the same period. Over a 10-year period, if you do the analysis, this becomes a 46 percentage points more shareholder value. So we all know this intuitively, so I'm not telling you anything new, but this just quantifies the amount of value that can be created by more people-centric companies. And hence, it calls out the need for the role of talent and the role of leadership. If you go to the next page, to give you a few more examples. So I would like to look at it in two different flavors. One is the cost of missteps, and the other one is the impact of getting it right. So if you get a leader wrong, the cost of that can be between, just 0.5% to actually up to 20% of the annual profit. Very sizable. Of all the decisions we take, we know this is important, but again, this quantifies the extent to which it is important. There's also equally data on sales practices, etc. On the impact of getting it right, you can turn it the other way, the cost of getting it wrong or the impact of getting it right. Whether you look at turnover, whether you look at productivity. And I already showed you the example of people companies outperforming the market average. So this is this is vitally important, and often in the rush, we can think of many other aspects, but I think companies or institutions or individuals undervalue this sometimes. So if you go to the next page, this is what I call when all of these three things come together, that's where the leadership multiplier happens. All of us at some stage have, I'm sure, possibly been positively impacted by somebody who's been a leadership multiplier. Whether it was somebody in the family, somebody in your organization, somebody in your institution you went to study. What do those people who are leadership multipliers do? They create a phenomenal culture. They build meaningful connections, and connections are very important because, as I just talked about, the fact that ecosystems create a lot of value. So these are not connections just within the institution or within the organization. These are connections beyond the organization as well that become incredibly important. And they make sure that there is it's not just about the vision or the mission, but the firms that people are part of or the institution that people are part of, they feel there's a larger purpose they're trying to solve. If you're a part of an organization like, let's say, Netflix, your purpose is to provide the best entertainment solution to everybody in the world, maybe, just as an example, or if you are, let's say, work for Delta Airlines, you can say my purpose is to lift everybody in the world, metaphorically and literally. So the leadership, what I'm trying to say is, in a leadership multiplier context, all of these three things genuinely have to come together, and that really sets a tonality. So of all the multipliers, I think, as I said earlier, this is underestimated often, but to my mind, this is hugely important to keep in context. And if you move on further to the next one. So when I talk to a lot of clients across the world, it is becoming increasingly clear that the power of digital and the power of AI is very important. But often what I hear from some of the leading companies is they deploy technology or they deploy artificial intelligence in some cases, but they do not get the full benefit, the full multiplier of the technology and the human. And I think there's a lot of inherent friction, and you're not able to combine the power of the two. So as people think about solutions, and this is appealing to the entrepreneurs who are possibly listening to this, you may want to think about, while you bring the power of technology, it's equally important about how do you amplify the capability of the humans in the firm and make the two work seamlessly together. There are incredible examples of products which are conceptualized very well, but in the end, the delivery leaves a lot to be desired. And why is that so? Because, and let me, another phrase which we use is this concept of what I call 10, 20, 70. So 10 is what I will call the technology, 20 is what I call data and the algorithms, but 70 is the human aspect of the change. So many places we think about the 10, we think about the 20, but we do not spend enough time thinking about the 70. And that's where the cookie crumbles. So if you want to make large scale change happen, get the 10, get the 20 right, but make sure you get the 70 right. Our experience indicates over and over and over again that people will focus on the 10, focus on the 20, but really underestimate the value of the 70, which is the cultural aspect of change, which is about, and that's when the true multiplier of the technology happens. Because that's when, I almost liken it to, you're helping everybody in the organization, where if you're a Marvel fan or whatever your superhero is, everybody in the organization is wearing a superhero suit or a superman, superwoman suit, to be more gender neutral. So that's the power of technology, and making sure it is humanized in that context is increasingly important. And then to the last page which I had, if you can do a page turn. On the crystal, many of these things are somewhat known, but I think that we use this phrase deep tech, and possibly you also use it, and it's become a commonly used phrase. Each of these things which are on this page on the right on the circles are all defining changes that are beginning to happen. But before I talk about them a little bit, one of the biggest challenges of this decade, which is in front of us, is about climate and sustainability. As I talk to CEOs and chairpersons across the world, they're all 18 months ago, they were less consumed by that. But the world of COVID has got them even more consumed about the fact that we need to take more care of our planet, and it's a collective responsibility. And if we have to solve some of the hardest problems of climate and sustainability, be it about net zero and emissions, be it about circular economy, be it about food, land, and water systems, and be it about what I call adaptation and resilience, which basically means that the temperature change is real, but we have to adapt to the world of temperature change. All of these vectors, or the bricks as I call them, which are shown on the screen, are important to solve some of the highest problems of that nature. Hundreds of billions of dollars of money is going to move into people who find answers to some of those solutions. And that will possibly be the biggest multiplier effect we will create for the planet at large. And the hope is not really from, I think the hope is really that many of these can be combined together to solve some of the hardest problems of our times. So this is a multiplier effect, which is in its very early days of conceptualization, which when you'll be holding a conference like this 3 to 5 years from now, many people will start talking about the promise of those. Many people will talk about the potential of those. So again, appealing to all the people who are interested, using many of these to solve the hardest problem facing the world today is the best multiplier effect that lies ahead. So to recap, I'm sure all of us have our own personal stories of multipliers. I shared a few of mine. What I see is ecosystems are increasingly very, very important. And participating in ecosystems in a holistic fashion, but also where fair value capture happens, is important. Please do not underestimate the value of talent and leadership in creating a multiplier. And lastly, there are some incredibly hard problems for us to solve, but technology itself is not the solution. Making it humanized technology is important, and then use all these emerging technologies which are in front of us to create a great multiplier for the world. I think the world needs it, and we will all be better off if we create this multiplier effect. So I know we still have a couple of minutes left on the clock, but that brings me pretty much to the end of what I had to say. Hopefully it will spark some ideas. I saw that you have a packed agenda ahead of you, and all the very best for the time ahead.
Thank you so much, Neeraj, for your insightful words. It was a pleasure listening to you. Seems like we have a large audience today, so really excited for the day. And also for the audience, please feel free to tweet using our Twitter handle @IvyCap Ventures. Moving on to our next session, the Indian startup ecosystem has undoubtedly reached an inflection point. The resilience and fortitude demonstrated by the Indian startups in 2020 was unparalleled. It was about defying the odds with extraordinary innovation and exceptional leadership. While technology became the core for our survival, some sectors witnessed unprecedented growth, while some witnessed newfound interest from investors. And as we grappled with the pandemic, new consumption and business trends kept emerging continuously. Our sessions today, therefore, focus on specific sectoral themes, with each of our portfolio companies sharing their insights and analysis. Our first session for today is on how is artificial intelligence transforming health tech, a sector that gained maximum attention during the pandemic for obvious reasons. Our moderator for the session will be Mr. Kashyap Avashia, CEO of IvyCap Mentor Trust. So Kashyap, over to you.
Thank you, Mansi. A very warm welcome to everyone to the discussion on how AI is transforming healthcare. Thank you very much for your time and participation today. My name is Kashyap Avashia, and I am the moderator of this panel. To introduce myself briefly, I lead the Mentor Trust at IvyCap. Coming to our panel today, we have 3 very interesting companies from our portfolio: Lexure, Elucidata, and Synapsica. The panelists will share their thoughts on how AI or technology is shaping up healthcare and a few other important aspects of their business. We also have a Q&A session towards the end of this panel discussion, which is for about 30 minutes. Without further delay, I request our panelists to introduce themselves and their companies. So over to Lecture first. So if you can introduce yourself, Niranjan, and the company.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Niranjan Ramakrishnan.
Niranjan?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So Lexer Dental Group is basically a North American based group. And we have nearly 5 dental labs in the US and 1 in India. And we also have the country's second largest independent design center, dental design center, where we have hundreds of designers working in 3 shifts. And we also run an IT company, which was basically a platform that really specialized for dental industry. And I head that company as a technology CEO, as well as the group CIO for the lab group. Thank you.
So Shwetab and Abhishek, if you can introduce yourselves and Elucidator.
Sure. Thanks for having us here. I'm Abhishek, co-founder, CEO of Elucidator. We have been on this journey for around 6 years now. And what we do as a company is to bring ML-ready biomedical data to preclinical R&D teams who are discovering drugs for patients with unmet needs. Shwetab, my co-founder, is joining us on this panel discussion as well, so I'll let him introduce himself.
So I'm Shwetab. I on the Abhishek side, Elucidator about 6 years ago, and I lead product and technology at Elucidator.
Thank you. Dr. Charian?
Thanks, Kashyap. Everyone excited to be here. We are Synaptica. We develop AI for radiology, and that helps medical imaging businesses deliver more accurate and transparent medical reports faster than ever before. At Synaptica, we do research and develop deep learning algorithm to read radiology images. Now, these enhancements of AI are delivered to healthcare providers through our platform RadioLens, which is a completely integrated radiology workflow solution. Now at Synaptica, we are helping more than 500 plus imaging sites across 5 countries, and we are generating 75,000 unique patient exam data every month and growing continuously. Our current focus is on spinal pathologies, for which we have 2 advanced products launched globally, which work on X-ray of spine and MRI of spine. These algorithms are already helping doctors with redetection of diseases, making fewer errors in reports, and instant results from these AI help reduce number of patient visits.
Thanks, thanks everyone for your introductions. So let us start with better understanding the landscape. What is the problem that we are solving, and we heard some of it during introductions, but let's dig a little deeper into it. So Dr. Charian, for the last few years we have been witnessing a kind of a proliferation of health tech companies, and many of them use, or at least they claim to use AI. So in your experience, how can AI benefit healthcare or patient care? Can you throw some light on that?
See, there are many AI applications offered in the market, and overall this landscape is dominated by startups. The radiology reading market itself is huge, and it's close to $55 billion, with the space for niche players. But in daily life, we see limited application of these AI algorithms in day-to-day practice of clinicians and radiology businesses. One reason for that is that AI companies generally have a long gestation period, especially true for AI companies that work in radiology. On average, it takes around 4 years from funding to launch of the first product. Coming to the areas where AI can help in, broadly speaking, we can categorize the medical imaging work, the radiology work, in 3 buckets where AI fits in. The first deals with acquisition and processing of images. For example, AI can help with enhancement of the quality of images that have been acquired, faster acquisition of images. Second is the reasoning and perception of medical images, such as detecting a lesion or a pathology. And third deals with reporting and administrative tasks. So most of the AI algorithms in the market, like almost 90% in this space, focus on tasks related to perception and reasoning. Now, these are mostly narrow tasks that are applied for detection and triaging of point pathologies. Now, these narrow applications have limited application in specific setups, so they can reduce turnaround times, give quicker delivery, reduce specific errors in certain scenarios like that of emergency care. Coming to the last bucket, which is where AI helps with reporting and administrative tasks, only less than 4% of players focus in deep integration of AI with reporting and administrative back office work. Now, these tasks form a significant portion of the cost that imaging business incur. Reporting expenditure alone is 20 to 25% of overall revenue in these businesses. And enhancement in these areas, though it is difficult to do, but will truly impact the bottom line for these businesses. And this is what we are focusing at Synaptica. The idea is to take out mundane and repetitive work from plate of radiologists and allow them to utilize their time to more for clinical interpretation and diagnosis of these diseases. I'll take example of one of our US customers who work in spine and personal injuries segment. They are using SpindleX, which is our AI on X-ray spine. They have been able to reduce more than half of their workforce, admin and reporting workforce, while still reducing turnaround times. So last we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago where they said that we cannot now imagine going back to the way we worked. So that is, when I hear that, that is how I feel that AI is going to help these healthcare providers in the coming future.
Yeah, very interesting, Dr. Cherian. And see, you touched upon two aspects. Primarily, one was the turnaround time, or kind of the gestation period and cost. And if you look at the drug discovery companies across the world, the cycle, the drug discovery process can be expensive, lengthy, and kind of unpredictable. There also the gestation period is very long, and it can be prohibitively expensive. So Abhishek and Shweta, how does AI help innovators basically, accelerate drug discovery at a cheaper rate and, let's say with a higher degree of, predictability?
Yeah, Kashyap, thanks again for having us. I'll just build on what Cherian shared. I believe in the last 5 to 10 years, what has happened is that the entire value chain, like from a scientist at an university or Merck, company like Merck, right, all the way to a clinician, this promise of AI has been embraced, right? The language has been co-opted by the CEO of Novartis as well as the hiring plan that Novartis has. So that's a good macro environment for a company like IvyCap to exist and thrive and grow. And we have a particular thesis in all of this, where we believe that in the last 10, 15 years, right, not just in life sciences and healthcare, but other industries too, the advance in AI has been so much that the models that you make for predictive modeling, for example, Chetan and his team would be working on, right, has evolved quite a bit, right? And the bottleneck has shifted to make sure that you have good quality data, right, that would feed into your AI models. And that's where we have focused on. So we have been building what we call ML-ready biomedical data. And the technology that we have built has been growing 32 times in the last year and a half. So we have had 5 consecutive quarters where we have doubled the number of ML-ready data sets on our platform for scientists in preclinical R&D teams all over the world. And what that has led to is for a number of our customers who are using our platform, our technology, that has led to a 4x speed up in terms of finding the target that they would target to cure a disease. And that is the first step in the whole drug discovery process, which has been discussed at length about how slow and time consuming and expensive it is, right? Absolutely. So one of the first steps of that, which cost you many years and billions of dollars, is discovering a target. And we have helped a number of companies across different indications to do that, to get to that milestone, to get to that inflection point 4 times faster than industry average. and that's driven by the fact that these companies now have access to ML-ready biomedical data at a scale that was not possible earlier. Right. So that's how we are translating the promise of AI for these companies, and hopefully that will translate to a benefit to patients, and their families in time to come. Shwetab, I'm sure he would have to this.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I think a lot of the workflows, I think, like Jerry mentioned, have been very influenced by machine learning, right? And in our case, specifically, the part of the workflow that we really focus on is how do you go from semi-structured or unstructured data to having something that we can build models on, right? And that's an area that has, I think, that's been our area of focus, and there's been a lot of work that we have done, right? And like on about 10 to 15 tasks at this point, we can show that we can do better than what human experts can, right? So that's one area of application. That's what we do. On the other side, of course, there's a lot of work that has happened in interpretive tasks. So, for example, if you're looking at predicting routine structures, for example, there's been a paper recently that has been highlighted very widely. Closer home to kind of what we do, making sense of very high dimensional data, and that's not traditionally a place where AI has done very well, because the outcomes are not as clear. It's not clear what the categories are, what categorization you're doing, but for a subcategory of those problems, machine learning has definitely shifted the bottleneck. Where it's not always a challenge to be able to build that algorithm if you have enough data and enough high quality data. But the impact is through many different stages, right? From early stage clinical discovery, which is where we focus, to sort of very late stage clinical trials, and how do you segment patients? How do you decide which patient segment to go after? In all of those areas, there's been significant applications of machine learning.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And, we will come back to this whole data aspect of AI a little later in the discussion. But, as far as the technology is concerned, right. So let me ask Niranjan. So, Lexer has put India on the map for, 3D printing and imaging, in terms of technology for dental labs. So in your view, what is the opportunity going forward?
See, I think the way that industry, I'm talking primarily from the US industry per se, the way it really moved from traditional, the way the dentists used to take a mold and then take a, kind of a sample of the mouth and then used to send it across to the labs for manufacturing. It used to take anywhere from 7 working days to even up to 21 working days, because everything was manual. The mold has to be, taken it and put it in a box, courier it, and then they receive it and all that. Now, when I started in 2018, the numbers were 15 to 16% of cases were moving to digital, but now it is 33% of cases become digital. That means the doctors use intraoral scanner just to quickly scan. And a press of a button, the image goes to the cloud and it's available for the labs to download. So the way that international way of really managing the business itself, be it China, Vietnam, India, competing with the US itself and trying to really do the manufacturing because of the digital landscape available, right? And so this is one way of really looking at it. Second aspect is, earlier we used to sit and make the models, physical models, and then used to really check the fitment of the truth, and also preparing the temporary crowns and things like that. Today, in a click of a button, the moment you finish the design, you can just do a 3D print and the model is readily available in front of you. And in fact, we can send the model along with the finished product to the doctors. And the most important and the recent innovation is again in the temporary crown. So you go to a dentist for a problem, you need not to wait for a week or 10 days with the problem itself. So you get a temporary crown manufactured the same day, printed on the chair side itself, so the doctor can fit and send it across to you, and then you can come back after a visit or after meetings or after weddings or whatever it is, and actually you can replace with the actual crown. So I think the way the technology, earlier, which was taking weeks together, now it takes a couple of minutes, right? And cost of manufacturing itself, it has really come down. So with the Lexer group, especially sitting our the offshore center in Gurgaon, we were able to really like implement the 100% digital lab. So we don't deal with any of the physical impressions at all. We do 100% digital impressions, and we do the complete 3D printings and 3D millings, etc. And most important thing is, we are this, as I said, like we were the second largest independent design center. That means not only for our own manufacturing labs, we also like more than 65% of our designs come from our competition. So they use that independent design center in Delhi, and then we are able to really design it. And sitting here, we are able to fire a 3D print when next to the patient chair. So that is like the way things are really moving forward. And the last I would say is, since we are also talking about AI, one of the important innovation that we did recently, it really attracted our company as a whole, by really like by even our competition started working with us, is on the chair side scan validation of the intraoral scan design, right? So earlier when the doctor used to scan and send that design, anywhere from 4 hours to 48 hours, the labs used to take it to download this digital scan. And then like they used to open a CAD/CAM software and then check the quality of the scan. By the time they give the feedback that the scan quality isn't good, because not all the dentists are going to be properly trained on using the latest technologies. So scan quality used to have problem. And then the doctor needs to bring the patient back in the chair and repeat the scan for no mistake of the patient, right? And what we did is using AI, within few seconds after the scan is submitted, without any human intervention, we were able to check the quality of the scan, and we were able to give the feedback to the patient and the doctor when the patient is still in the chair itself. So Amazing. We call that as a chair side scan QC. And it changed the way, especially with the COVID, patient didn't want to even go to the dentist in the first place. Now you don't want to bring them back on the chair just because the dentist made a mistake of doing a wrong scan. So this is really, I would say, it's not just the innovation, but it's the need of the hour. We were able to really do it.
Oh, fantastic! That's really interesting. And one of the things you mentioned, that the software or the platform that you have built for internal use is also leveraged by competition, which is remarkable. Yeah, great. So I mean, anyway, let me come back to the data aspect of our discussion. So data and AI are kind of inseparable, right? I mean, so let's again take a slightly closer look. And Dr. Cherian, healthcare is all about data, right? I mean, you have a ton of data from X-rays and labs and whatnot. So for an AI powered company, right, such as Synapsica, what are some of the challenges that you face, while dealing with data, including privacy, maybe?
See, Kashyap, I guess it's safe to say that getting access to usable medical data is one of the top challenges for any AI company in healthcare. And the data requirement for developing good AI models that generalize is huge, and they have to be sourced from multiple sources and different machines, and should capture a lot of variation. And Abhishek mentioned it rightly when he was speaking about the data. And the problem is so huge that there are a lot of companies that are coming up solving for this specific problem alone, like sourcing and preparing medical data, and giving it to companies who train AI algorithms based on this data. So if we take a journey of a startup, and I'll be speaking mostly from experience, that how we have seen data challenge evolve for us, and I'm sure it applies to a lot of other companies as well. So early in our journey, the most common approach that any AI company would take is to secure data that it needs through a research partnership on promise of future payment, because you don't have a lot of capital early on to invest in it. Now, these deals are very time consuming, and average closing cycle to get hands on a large amount of data is somewhere close to 6 months to 1 year. That is the minimum amount of time you need to invest that we're talking about. And one important thing is that when you do get access to this data, you realize that most of this data is unusable. A point again which Abhishek and Shweta were pointing out. And this is mostly because the data archiving and retrieval systems that are used in large institutions are not very tech savvy, not very efficient. So fortunately, we solved our data problem through research partnership with AIMS, New Delhi. They have a lot amount of data available with them. I guess it would be safe to say one of the huge data banks globally, if I dare say. There's more than 7,000 footfall of patients there daily. And the second data that we sourced was from partnership in US, which is there's a company called the Spinal Kinetics, who also act as a distributor for our product in US. And we were able to build and start our business and reach to a point with this data. But and moving on, when a startup gets funded and they have capital to spend, and time becomes a much more important resource than money in life. So startups generally tend to purchase the data for development, and they additionally spend a lot amount of data preparing. Because purchase data is raw, you have to prepare it to be able to use it to train AI models, and preparation also has a good amount of spending. In fact, we have seen when we are speaking with companies who give us raw data, so they think that all the value lies in the data that they provide, but the most expenditure that goes is into the preparing of medical data. So it is not like finding a car in an image, right, that anyone can do. It is like finding pathology is an image which only a special group of people can do, and they are paid very highly in the market. So later in stages, that is how companies they tend to purchase the data and go with preparing the data by themselves so as to get specific results and get AI. But one important problem with purchasing data is that you cannot go to 1,000 sites asking small amount of data. You go to a couple of sites and get data from there, and that brings up the problem of generalization, because when you secure data only from, let's say, 3 machines or from 3 institutes, you don't capture enough variety in your data so as to ensure that the trained model will generalize over a new set of patients, and that is where the applicability of model fails in various other demographic regions, areas. So the way we think of data is that having a proprietary source of data is going to be a moat for an AI company in medium to long term. And take example of Facebook or Google, and the companies which are best positioned to develop good algorithms are ones which have access to a huge amount of proprietary data. Now, with our radiology platform, RadioLens, we are generating, as I mentioned earlier, 75,000 unique patient data every month, and we are growing each month with that. And these are not only raw data, but with them we also get usable medical reports and clinical history of patients, which we can use to develop and train AI models quickly with significantly less investment. And to just give an example of how we think that this will help us in long term is like by next year itself, we'll have access to approximately 4 million patient data of all types of radiology exam. And we really think that this loop of data generation, it will be an important strategy for us going ahead.
Understood, Dr. Jarian, thanks. So I think we have probably around 3 or 4 minutes left before we open up the session for Q&A. So quickly, Abhishek and Shweta, how do you approach data acquisition for Elucidata?
Great question. So the worldview that we have is the 2 axes in which our customers, those are the needs that these 2 axes that capture our customers' need. One is just solving the availability problem, and I think Jarian addressed both of them. Once available, often that does not translate to usability, and there are like tons of requirement defined as to what that usability mean here, right? So we are solving both of these problems for our customers, and if you talk about just availability, like the spectrum of problem is huge, right? All the way from being not aware of something that is already out there to something where you have to fill up a form, or something where you have to fill up a very burdensome form, or in some cases you have to pay quite a bit of money to, and it's very fragmented, right? So players like AWS and GCP are also trying to solve that problem. So there are a lot of S3 buckets which would have data on drug clinical trial and phenotypic data, as to who smokes how much and what are the lung scans of those smokers who eventually develop cancer. But that data is not quite usable for let's say an enterprise AI team at Pfizer, or smaller biotech companies cannot even afford that. So we are trying to address both of these axes, and the consistent challenge that we see is, hey, this data cannot leave our premises. So we are in conversation with a number of academic hospitals and commercial hospitals, and they have concerns around data leaving their premises, right? And premises again is virtual, right? To us, that's a great opportunity, right? Because a therapeutics company cannot really solve that, but I believe we are backing ourselves to solve that by applying, federated ML approaches, which are getting a lot of traction in the space. And once available, we have solved the usability problem already, which we can scale up even more. So that's how we see, and that's how I think we are bringing value to our customers. Yeah, I'll have Shwetab chime in as well, because he can add more color.
So yeah, I think Abhishek referred to a bunch of those challenges anyway. I think the other sort of like challenge that is there, of course, which a lot of AI teams deal with, is that even if you have access to data, it's not like formats are not consistent. Variables are not easily marked. In some kind of cases like radiology, and I was just talking to another radiology company yesterday, and their problem is that just curation itself is very expensive, right? Because you need a radiologist to do that curation, and that person is a very trained resource who would probably not do something as monotonous. But so I mean, the other sort of approach that we have also taken is to look at a lot of publicly available data and get it to a point that it's very high quality, very usable. And we have had a lot of success, and our customers have had a lot of success building great models, getting a lot of insights, even from what public data is out there. But that can be very hard to consume, right? So and we have, I think, examples of this from all sorts of industries. For example, like financial companies or hedge funds, who just look at publicly available data and can connect the dots and can take bets which are very, very counterintuitive. Right? So that's sort of the other axis as well. We're pretty bullish on what publicly available data can do, and I think we encourage our partners and everybody else to use that as a resource as well. It can take you pretty far along the way as well.
Thanks. Thanks for those insights, everybody. I think we have time for maybe one more topic that I wanted to address, and then maybe a couple of questions from the audience. So it's for Niranjan. So and again, going back to the theme of this event, can you throw some light on what has been Lexer's approach to realize the multiplier effect? Yeah, that'll be nice to for the audience to know as well.
Yeah, so the way we kind of inorganic way of growing the company, if you look at it, we went around buying the labs or acquiring the labs which are already existing in the market for like 30-40 plus years, right? So especially in the North American space, like we really acquired some of the labs are celebrating like 47th year of existence, etc. But one thing we were very particular about, like when we really acquired labs, are tomorrow we can really make them as a centers of excellence. Like we acquired labs of different skills. For example, like there is one particular lab that really deals with crown and bridges. Like they're doing extremely a good job, a high volume. So they have a kind of implemented lean management. We call it as a one-piece flow. So they kind of productized the services. The way things can really get manufactured. So there is another lab like where we completely dealing with implants and surgical guidelines, etc. So I think the most successful model of our business is like one is going and acquiring labs from different skill sets, addressing different market segments. Second thing is we also created the offshore and on-site model, setting up an Indian-based design center and a digital lab. So that really gives an advantage of like if any customer is wanting a quick turnaround time with less cost to be kind of incurred, then we always have an option. We could be very transparent to them. Hey, all the digital cases will go to India, but with all the UPS and all the tie-ups, we're able to deliver it in 3 to 4 working days. So we were the first lab in the US where we were able to deliver a crown in 27 working hours. That's the kind of from getting outsourced to design to manufacture and ship it back. So I think we kind of innovated the process itself. And the third most important thing is, the kind of a platform that we built, which was originally meant for an internal purpose, for connecting our customer and getting the feedback. Today, that platform is run as a platform as a service, and we spin that off as a separate technology company. And we are valuing at hundreds of millions of dollars in a couple of years. So that way, even our competition is actually using the platform to communicate and collaborate with the dentist. So we have more than 25,000 plus dentists on the platform already. So I think the innovation of the approach and the business model, not just on the technology per se, not just on the process. I think the approach itself was very, very unique, and that's where we were able to very quickly multiply. We were able to grow very quickly.
So I think we are kind of running short of time, and thanks by the way, Niranjan, for that explanation. What we can do is maybe I can take a couple of questions from the audience, and the questions that will not be able to answer today, we will get in touch with the audience offline and get them answered. So the first question is for Synapsika. So Cherian, the question is, I'll summarize it. In the US market, one of the important stakeholders is insurance companies or payers, right? So I mean, how do you think their approach is, for an AI-enabled healthcare offerings, as Synapsika forays into the US market?
It's an interesting question, and the insurance segment itself is. It's very huge and has a very different set of requirements than that of a regular healthcare provider. And for example, the traditional health insurers that are there are focused on looking for solutions that can automate and reduce the claim processing time for them. And another important area of interest for them is fraud detection in claims that they receive. And this is especially true for US. The documentation and the administrative work that is required for to get reimbursement for insurance companies is it is very costly and time consuming. So as to the effect of it is that many small private practices have stopped taking insurance patients, and they are only taking cash patients now. So I believe an AI company which focuses on documentation and the back office work, which integrates with the medical reports of patient and focuses on back office work, can really help either with these practices with insurance reimbursements and also help insurance companies process their claims faster.
Yeah, thanks, Arian. So I think in the interest of time, I think we just have time probably for one last question for Elucidator. The question is, who are your customers and how are they spread geographically?
Today, most of them are concentrated in Cambridge, USA, and South San Francisco. But we have a few customers in Europe and Canada as well. I think Southeast Asia is a zone that we have not explored as much because of bandwidth issues. But there's a lot of activity going on in the Indian biotech scene, both in academia and industry. We are trying very hard to be part of that ecosystem. And clearly, like Singapore and Japan are very active areas in this space. So that's where we see the future and growth to be in. But so far, we have focused mostly in North America.
I see. So thank you again, everyone, for your participation. Thank you, panel members, for your time and insights. And of course, we wish continued success to all our three companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts. Artificial intelligence is slowly but surely finding its way into our lives. Okay, so for the ones who can see their mattresses saying, "We have your back," please ignore them. We assure you that you will really enjoy our line of sessions. Our second session for today is on the future of D2C brands. D2C is undoubtedly the crown jewel at the moment, and given the frenzy for investing in this space, it would be insightful to understand what would shape up the sector over the next few years. let's hear our entrepreneurs speak who are running some amazing brands that add color, glamour, and flavor to our lives. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Ashish Wadhwani, Managing Partner, IvyCap. And just to reiterate, in case you have any questions, please feel free to ask our panelists using the Ask Questions toggle on the left side of your screen. So Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Madhuri, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to IvyCap Day. And very, very good afternoon to the panelists here. We have a exciting set of companies and founders. Many of them whom you probably know and recognize from previous IvyCap days. The difference is that they were still in the early stage of growth, perhaps last time or last few times you've seen them. Today, they are household names, whether you think of a biryani or whether you are a lingerie shopper or a fashion shopper or even jewelry. So we have 5 of our star companies here. And I'll just start by, first of all, requesting each of them to spend maybe 30 seconds to 45 seconds to summarize what you do and where your company is at in your entire journey. So can we start with you, PK?
Yeah, talking about Bewakoof, today we are one of the largest D2C fashion brands in India. And as a brand, we stand for enabling expressions. And we specialize into making fun and expressive merchandise. Into a journey today, the brand is at a scale of 300 crores in brand sales. And we have built a following of 6.1 million people on social media, have more than 10 million app downloads. And we are one of the rare D2C brands for whom more than 90% of the transaction still happens on our own platform.
Pankaj, you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, hi. So we guys are predominantly, direct-to-consumer personal care brand. We started with lingerie as our core, and then we expanded into several other categories: loungewear, activewear, shapewear. Recently moved into personal care as well. We operate in a bridge to premium space, and we take a lot of pride that 60% of business comes from tier 2, tier 3 audience. So we're a full stack mind to wardrobe tech platform, which enables us to reach almost 4 million plus customers now. We have sold almost 30 million products. And we're selling a product every 2.5 seconds now.
Great. From lingerie and fashion to biryani, Vishal is the co-founder of BBK. Welcome, Vishal. Tell us about BBK.
Yeah, so biryani by kilo, very happy to say we are 150 crores almost revenue now in more than 20 Indian cities, and the category leader in biryani and kebabs in India, and we have been able to achieve it in around 5 years, and we are growing 80% CAGR. And I think so we have 3 things running here for us. First, of course, is D2C. Second is being the category leader, and third being the cloud kitchen model here. So I think the D2C is a big disruptor that I think we'll all get to that. But that's about, we are just happy to make everyone happy through their stomachs.
Yes, you certainly do. I can tell you that. Get rave reviews from people who know and have tasted your biryani. BG is trying to serve D2C cross-border. So that's very unique. BG, why don't you tell us something about eShakti?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ashish, and hi, everybody. Yeah, eShakti is, I'm very proud about eShakti as an Indian, because normally when you go abroad, you normally don't see Indian brands there serving the mainstream market. So eShakti serves the mainstream American woman in our own brand name. So we are a consumer brand, that too in fashion, and that too in a leadership position. We are the #1 player in the US for custom clothing for women. And right now, I think The other thing which I'm very happy about is when COVID hit the US market around March, April, the business came down by 50%. And how we managed to, come through that period all the way till say February of this year. In March, I think the vaccines really kicked in and normalcy started returning. It's not fully normal, but we have got back to normal. That also speaks to something about the kind of team we have. So these are the two things that suggest to us. And during this period, whatever we started out with, saying how scalable is the market, it's extremely scalable. Do you have competitive barriers? Yes, because if you have no competition, because what we do is very hard to do. And do we have a team? Yes, during this COVID period, we didn't stop recruiting. We got our CMO, CFO, CMO is ex-Unilever, CFO is ex-Deloitte, and product managers from IMA and Bajaj. We built our team. So for us, scalability, competitive barriers, as well as people. These are the three things I think all of us will agree our business needs to succeed. And we seem to have the building blocks. So the coming years, I'm very excited about.
Thank you, BG. Certainly very impressive to go target the US consumer with brands out of India. Gaurav, coming to you. You're serving Indian women through the thing they love most, jewelry. So tell us a little bit about that. You're on mute, Gaurav.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gaurav, CEO and founder of Bluestone. We are India's leading D2C fine jewelry brand. We started in 2012 with an online first approach. And for first 5 years, we only sold online. However, in that time, we had actually taken full control of our demand side and supply side. We're also a full stack business. So all the way from designing to manufacturing jewelry, we do everything in-house. 3 years back, we started our omni-channel journey also. And so far, we have rolled out 50 stores. Actually, it has been going phenomenally well, especially after we rolled out our stores. So year over year, we are growing at almost 100% right now. This year, so we'll be exiting this financial year with almost 1,000 crore in run rate and a profit of almost 50 to 100 crore.
I can't marvel at the fact that in spite of COVID over 2 years, how you have managed to sustain and grow. That's really remarkable and completely contrarian to what we would have expected. Now, just to get this terminology out of the way, it's become a buzzword now, D2C brands. What does that mean? Can someone sort of, maybe Pankaj, can you just explain just so that we get this out of the way and we're talking the same terminology?
Yeah, I think everybody will have their own definition. I'll definitely take a start there. I think D2C brand is a brand that talks directly to the end consumer, right? Without any middleman. I think that's probably the most gross way of putting it out there. Traditionally when you spoke of brands, there was always a distributor, retailer, right? There were these show bookings in Goa. If you talk about the trade that I initially was in, right? And incentivization was always to the seller, right? I mean, it was the battles were fought with 10,000 retailers, probably 200 distributors. I think what has happened today is, for example, it is 4 million touch points. It is 4 million journeys that we are tracking on a daily basis. And I think that's the power of what a D2C is, reaching out to the customer directly and getting feedback from them, brutal feedback sometimes, but just cutting out the middleman. I think that's where the core of the D2C term lies.
Anyone has any other nuances to this definition of D2C?
Can I say something, Ashish?
Sure, Vishal, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think D2C, if you have to see the journey of Amazon, I think which everyone knows in the world. There were Barnes and Noble and Borders of the world, which were the traditional retailers. And Amazon came in, it's a behemoth today, like a 2 trillion market cap and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of sales. So it has disrupted, you see, two trends here. The first, of course, the very obvious one, like India has 800 million internet users. So everything is happening on internet. The commerce, the interactions, the social interactions, everything. So D2C brand brands are a function of that, all the eyeballs and the mind share and the traffic going there versus a traditional high street or a mall. So once that happens, if people are spending few hours on the internet, see what has happened is from theaters it is to OTTs. So it's everything from the traditional bookstores or traditional retailers to the Amazons of the world, right? So now we have policy bazaars of the world in fintech. We have the Mamaarts of the world, Boat, and of course all the stars here on the panel. So what has really happened is what used to, in Indian context, what used to take 500 crores revenue to reach for traditional players, let's say in beauty industry, to reach in 15-20 years, now people are reaching in 3 to 4 years, right? We have, at Biryani by Kilo, we are 150 crore, will be 500 crores in next 2-3 years. So that is the power, because you've connected without the intermediaries directly going to, in India, if we take the traditional GT channel, which is general trade, these are like probably millions of them. And the Unilevers of the world used to have the advantage, and rightly so, by having that huge sales force to reach them, those GT channels, millions of them. Today, people like Clovia, Bewakoof can, through D2C channels, by passing all those intermediaries, can just reach all their customers, millions of them. So first, it is what the cost we have saved. Second is, we know the consumer behavior much better because we are directly dealing with them without the distributor or the retailer. We know, like in Biryani by Kilo, we know a customer who eats chicken biryani Sunday afternoon, 12 o'clock. We know that we can ping, if we don't get that order, we know after one Sunday whether to ping that customer. We know the best of those 2 million consumers we serve at Biryani by Kilo, their behavior, their patterns, everything. And that's the reason we have been able to scale so fast. Uber Eats is today the biggest part of Uber, even, so all that is disrupted. And I think the horizontal playing there is the internet and the mind share and the eyeballs, everything being there. So that has disrupted the traditional retailing.
Great, Vishal. I think you answered part of my next question also, because I wanted
No,
to...
Ashish, if I may add one very interesting thing, which I think all of us will agree. Certainly this has happened in the US. D2C, if you call online sales as a D2C, for clothing was 20% before COVID. Now for clothing, it jumped to 40%. It is settling now almost at 35%. It's almost a doubling of the clothing market. The other interesting piece is a kind of a combination of the old world and the new world, because while you have these brands like Ann Taylor and J. Jill and J. Crew, who are traditionally physical stores, now they are getting into platforms, or they can, if they don't want to, they already filed Chapter 11, and make themselves D2C. So even the traditional players can jump onto the bandwagon with somebody else and become a platform player, and thereby become D2C, which strengthens everybody, because the brands, then all the brands combined drive the traffic to that site if you have a platform consisting of all these brands.
Yeah.
And so they benefit. And for me, it is advantageous because my business can only be done online, because I'm doing customization. It can't be done in a physical store. So when this market grows in terms of the number of people participating in online purchasing, and when other brands also come on, D2C is going to kind of create new kinds of equations between various players, including the traditional players, which could benefit all of us. So that is the other phenomenal change that has happened. See, normally for somebody to grow like this, for the online market to grow to 35% would have taken 3-4 more years. But it has happened suddenly now. Online share has become very, very high, and it's growing. More people are used to now by shopping. And if they get used to in one area, then they get used to in other areas as well. They're willing to go and shop in other product categories.
Great.
Yeah,
So
just adding, actually just adding one piece here. I think just adding to what everyone else said, D2C, I think is more than just a distribution disruption. It's just not another channel. I think it's a very new way of building brands. It's a very new way of doing a product development with a very fast feedback loop. You can iterate and you can make the products better. It's a very new way of making supply chains agile. And then there are many things that could not have been done without this channel. Like this avails unlimited shelf space, which is not possible in a store, and that's where it stands out from the traditional brands. And then customization, as one of the panelists said, the customization is a very big use case of being D2C.
No, that's great. You see, we are uncovering several layers of D2C with this discussion. I think we started talking about disintermediation. We spoke about use of the internet. We spoke about how internet is allowing people to scale very fast. Vishal spoke about data. And I think you are uncovering the fact that that data and that customer intimacy and personalization can actually drive through your entire supply chain, your entire business model, making it more agile and so on. So can you just...
In fact, that personalization is also connected with on-demand, which makes the whole thing sustainable and green. So online allows personalized on-demand manufacture, which means gradually the era of having all kinds of inventories locked up in different geographies will go away. And you could, in fact, Shein in China has built a massive business that way, the $15 billion business, because they take it, they then consolidate everything, make it, and then send it off, and they do it at a very, very low cost. So, so they're all, you're right. I think they unlock a lot of different potentials, which by themselves would not have happened if the other hadn't happened. You know, so it's kind of combining in that way.
So let's actually drill down into that and see how it is, it's not just disintermediation, it goes all the way to a different business model and almost transforming the way you do business, right? So what is it, how is it relevant and how have you done that in your respective businesses? Maybe Pankaj, you can start and then we go around the table with some other examples.
Right, so just, I think disentangling the conversation, I think first was what does D2C mean, I think, and that was you reach out to the customer directly, right? And then what it opens up as an opportunity probably is the next step, right? So which we all spoke about, right? So I think D2C also has an online and offline variant to it. What probably the exclusive brand outlet brands were doing, that exactly was also D2C in a lot of ways. But when it comes to the internet, then the whole shelf space and other things get unlocked as well. So I think I'll speak predominantly of lingerie, right? Because that still is 60% of my business, and though other channels are fighting harder and other categories are fighting harder. The way I see it is that we started, when we started, everybody had just one question alone, that why is there not 1,000 crore women's innerwear brand in India, right? And that was the only question everybody asked me, right? And the first question was that why isn't there a 200 crore brand? So the answer is yes. We are a 300 crore innerwear brand in India, for women right now. So I think what changed for us was that traditionally what everybody was trying to do in this category was that everybody was working with standard distribution in the just like the way offline men's innerwear had worked, and just because there were 40 sizes, they were not able to replicate the same in the women's innerwear. We had to take a step back and say, it's not a one size fits all, literally, because we have 40 sizes. This model is not going to work, right? So the way we have to do it is that, you have to break it down into two parts. How can you disrupt the supply chain and how do you disrupt the distribution, right? And those were the two battles we took that we're going to fight. And fortunately, I think the entire team was absolutely aligned to fighting that war at the back of technology, and which basically, translates into scale. So I think that's a very high level of, what we did. So today we have a platform, which is a pure play D2C platform where once the lingerie use case was proven, we quickly landed with another category and said, hey, can this scale? That went from literally 0 to 7 crores, in less than 7 months. So now it's a platform play. Now we know that, every time adding a new category in the ecosystem, it quickly, it takes over because there is a certain amount of love that we've already built with our, community, across the country.
Great. Before I go to the next question, in case the audience has any questions for these remarkable founders on the panel, please feel free to to drop them and I'll pick it up. But Gaurav, coming to you and talking about just shifts in consumer mindset, right, and personalization. Can you throw a little bit of light on what you are seeing in your domain?
Sure. So in our category, so unlike Pankaj, where no one asked us the question that there's no 1,000 crore brand, we were told that there are so many 10,000 crore brands. Why is there a need for one more brand?
Right. Exactly.
So yeah, there's always questions, but in our case, something interesting was happening. So our category is fine jewelry, gold and diamond jewelry has always been very traditional, very family businesses owned. I mean, for generations, people have been buying from the same jeweler. So it has been that kind of a category. What had happened because of that, the innovations were totally lacking in that. I mean, you have that strong relationship for 4 generations, you are getting your business, you don't need to innovate. So while in every other category, we were seeing the small format stores or small shops giving way to large format, and then that large format also ceding some space to online players like Myntra, Nykaa, Flipkart, etc. Nothing of that sort was happening in jewelry. But users' behavior was changing, right? Users' behavior are not going to be different across different categories because they are so used to now browsing all the time and not only on the weekends when they go to Shopper Stop or Lifestyle. Now they are browsing before sleeping. They are on Myntra, they are on Nykaa, they are on so many of these portals. Even before that, the experience in jewelry category was even more primitive. It was that counter-driven experience. Will you actually go to a shop when you're only looking to you only go to a shop when you're looking to buy something. You don't go there just to browse, like you go to Lifestyle, to Shopper Stop also, or you're on those websites. Now, ironically, what was happening was that a woman who were to shop for let's say 2,000 rupee footwear, she was spending 3 weeks looking for which pair to buy. But when the same woman was buying a ring or an earring, which is almost a 1,50,000 or 1 lakh rupee item, she had only half an hour to choose. She enters into a store, the pressure is so much. You're offered tea, coffee,
right,
different things, and then few trays, and then a constant pressure because which is always there in that counter-driven buying experience. And that was the only experience available to that woman at that point in time. So the moment we opened up so many designs and so many choices online, what we noticed was the browsing picked up a lot. No woman till now had an option to actually go through 2,000 or 3,000 ring designs. Never happened in a store.
Right.
The inventory sucks up so much capital that even if you want, you can't.
Correct.
So that behavior was happening, and then when we spoke to all those customers, they said, and the ones who were buying also, for every buyer, there were at least 20 to 50 who were spending plenty of times over several weeks on the website, but were not converting. When we spoke to buyers and asked them, why did you buy? Their number one reason was design. We just did not find these designs anywhere. And just because you cannot walk into a jewelry store and tell them I'm here just to browse, it doesn't happen that way. Okay, so that was happening, and for those non-buyers, the reason was that we love the designs. That's why we're spending so much time, but we still need the comfort of touch and feel. That experience, that offline experience, still has value. Like we see in automobiles, like we see in houses, where we do a lot of research online, but you don't click a buy now button on cardeko.com or carwale.com. You still do your test drive. So that was the kind of behavior that we were observing, and that is where this whole the moment we opened this omni channel, it actually opened up plenty of business because all that business was already generated. We just did not provide it the right mechanism, and we had just not completed that experience. We had started that experience, we had not completed. So the moment that omni-channel store came in the vicinity, in fact, the moment we open a store, our business in that catchment goes up by 10 times without doing anything different.
That's very interesting. I think we'll come back to omni-channel. I think, Vishal, I have a question for you on that one. But before we do that, personalization, PK, how do you handle personalization? Can you give me some sense of what is the core capabilities and competence that a D2C brand has over others in order to be able to personalize for their customers?
Yeah, so I think personalization has 2 parts of the journey. There is one part where you have an assortment which is ready-made, and then you use data to show the right assortment to different consumers based on their past journeys, past visits, and transaction history. And then there is the second part where it's more about the customization, where people can customize what they want. And I think that's where one of the successful stories we have in front of us is eShakti. For us, so far, we have been focusing on the first part of the journey where since we are in the business of expressions, and expressions are very much related to certain personalities and interests that people have. So our journey has been creating that assortment of expressions across the board. And that's where the unlimited shelf space enables us. A business like us could not have been able to do the justice in our category, and could not have been created offline in the first place. D2C enabled that for us because the kind of things that people want to express is a wide spectrum, from feelings to their identities to their passions. It just ranges, like those expression can go into 200, 300 tags, types of expressions that are there. And now is the task of how do we show the right expression to the right consumer. For us, that is the main problem in personalization that we have been solving for. And now we'll be rolling out customization also, where people can come and they can customize and create their own expressions.
Great. Gaurav spoke about omni-channel, and I just want, Pankaj, your and Vishal's take on omni-channel. Vishal, what's your take on omni-channel, and what does the real storefront do to boost your brand and sales in any geography?
I would say omni-channel will emerge as the biggest truth, of retail, going forward. And I say it carefully, but in every industry, the right intersection of offline and online is going to be different. Like, in jewelry, there has to be a trust. So how do you transfer that trust? In restaurant industry, if I can speak, the rentals, very high rentals, almost 15% as a percentage of revenue, and very high capex, 2 to 3 crores, or at least more than 1 crore, used to be Achilles' heel of this industry. Because of that high capex, it's very difficult to get it back, makes it very risky, and very high rentals make it very difficult. So what, even before the cloud kitchens came, right, 5-7 years back worldwide. So that took care of the capex and the rentals. Rent as a percentage of revenue became 5%, capex became 30-40 lakhs. But see, the problem, what I think a lot of people in cloud kitchen business didn't understand is, now if you are not on a high street or a mall, how do you acquire customers? How do you build a brand? And here the food becomes the hero. And how do you reach those particular customers who are your segment? Because they will now not be coming to you in a mall or a high street. So how do you reach? So it is the whole spectrum of activities a company has to do to become a D2C. And especially, let's say in our industry, F&B, okay, you became a cloud kitchen, but to become a right D2C, do you have the mindset of acquiring those customers online, building a brand online, the technology to have that seamless experience with your customers all throughout? But getting back to the omni-channel, so see, Biryani by Kilo, our strategy is to put one dine-in outlet in each city. What we do in tier 1 cities like Delhi and Bombay, like we first put like 10 delivery outlets and then a dine-in outlet. It's risky in big cities because of high rental, high capex. In tier 2 towns like Lucknow, Kanpur, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, we do put a front-facing outlet first, but with a limited dine-in, so that because in tier 2 cities, customers might have more time, less traffic. They need to build trust first with the brand. So you create that first layer of dine-in outlet. So the omni-channel has to work. Even in the same industry, tier 2 and tier 1, the omni-channel definition is different for F&B in our industry. But I think Biryani by Kilo got it right. We get 10-15% of our revenue from dine-in, rest 80 to 90% from online channels, and that's how but I think it's a whole stack of acquisition, technology, brand building, supply chain, which all of us have been saying. Someone has to get that right to be the right D2C brand.
Got it. I'm getting quite a few questions here about marketing channels, about which is a favorite, which is the best source to acquire customers, traditional brands and D2C brands merging. But let's do it in a different way. I'd like to do it like a rapid fire, so very quick answers. And I'll take a contrarian view because these are some of the pushbacks that you hear on D2C brands all the time. And I think almost all of you are well and truly capable of facing bouncers. So here you go. The first sort of contrarian view here is that D2C brands will finally be eaten up by the platforms. You know, if there are large platforms, they'll come, they have better data, they have more money power, they'll make their own brands, they can do more personalization. So D2C brands won't exist after a certain time. Who wants to take that?
So I think I can quickly take this one. Sorry, Gaurav, you were
Go ahead, Pankaj.
All five
I'll
of
come
you, I
up.
think, but yeah, Pankaj, you go first. Yeah.
I'll go down on a very, very simple math. You know, let's go down to the first principles, you know, of brand. And that's why, you know, the whole concept of, you know, it's not like you're an online brand. If you're a brand, you're a brand. If you're selling just online, then you're not a online brand. Then you're an online guy who figured out a way to sell your product, right? So I think the question is more fundamental. Are you a brand or are you not a brand? Once you have figured that out, then it's a function of where you're selling, right? And if that was true, you know, and there are I think everybody ends up looking at the US market. So please go ahead, you know, whoever has this question, just go back to the US market and check out, you know, there's a bunch of interesting gameplays which are already, you know, happening out there as we speak. But I think at least in a country like India, you know, where 90% of your country is still, you know, offline, I think a very strong omni play will eventually work out, and D2C will itself continue to grow the way it is growing. It is anyways, you know, it's more than we can all handle at this point of time. But I think if you are truly a brand, then the channel will become just one of the things, you know, in what you do. I think that's the you know, position that we at least feel, especially in the category you know, that we are in. Gaurav,
any other points?
I'll just add on to what Pankaj has mentioned. So typically over time, what happens is, so there are these platforms that come, which are more like service provider platforms, right? Because when you're talking product, you're talking brand. In fact, at least in most of the product categories. So these platforms over time actually keep on becoming commodity. So when Amazon came in 2099, etc., they were innovators in payments, they were innovators in delivery, they were innovating on a lot of things. But over time, internet fundamentally is a killer of businesses, right? So it just makes everything so effortless, be it reaching out to your customers, be it whatever. So actually platforms will find it very difficult to differentiate themselves because platform is just a platform. Someone else will also develop the same code. Someone else will also write the same platform. So in fact, and the more these services that platforms would typically write will keep on becoming commodities, the easier it would be for products, for people who are manufacturing and creating products. It'll be that much more easier and seamless for them to directly connect with their customers. And that is where we would actually see a lot of innovations in product brands. So what I'm saying is D2C brands might actually so there might be, so the evolution or the rotation in D2C brand itself might increase at a very fast pace. So today this brand is relevant, but 3 years down the line, someone else innovated on something else. And that new D2C brand might actually topple this. Because in earlier world, the distribution itself was so difficult that not everyone sitting at their home could build a brand.
Got it.
It's like Yahoo search versus Google search, right? I mean, the better platform, better you know, service came that kind of kill the other one.
Yeah,
I agree. Ashish, if I can just step in for a second.
Let me take the next one. I think we've got a few rapid fires, so let's do it very quickly. We also, I'm conscious of the time also. The second pushback really is that really, you know, the only advantage D2C brands have is you guys figured out the internet early, right? And as soon as the traditional brands get their act in place, you know, they'll come back and, you know, then what is the space for you? So who wants to go on that one?
I think that has been set, if I can say, that has been settled by Amazon versus Barnes and Noble or Borders or US, which is quite ahead in this game. So I think these are both sides of the story. I think it's a DNA of a company. You can't really change it overnight. You know, Barnes and Noble saw it for years when Amazon was really rising, and it has been played out very clearly. And we saw it in category Netflix, same thing. When Netflix was getting created, which is, I would say, a D2C brand, versus, you know, content players like Disney who were going to traditional theaters, or, you know, any of the other MGMs, the big theaters of the big studios of the world. See, everyone sees it, but those DNAs have been made in 50 years, 30 years, 40 years in a company. Those DNAs don't change overnight. And people who are saying D2C brands just got internet before, I think are trivializing or not understanding the matter. How it is the supply chain, it is how you acquire customers, it is the brand building, it is the whole lean mindset, which Amazon versus, if I can say without demeaning anyone, a Barnes and Noble or Borders or any traditional players, what Netflix did in the traditional content system. It is a whole mindset, how you do it in a very lean fashion.
The entire business model, yeah.
Ashish, my apologies, but we are running against time. We just have we are already on finish the time, so.
Sure, I think we'll take, I think, one final round, perhaps to tell everybody where do we see you all in let's say 3 years from now or 5 years from now? What do each of you are build over a 5-year period? Vishal?
So I think you'll see a biryani by kilo, which is definitely more than 500 crore plus revenue. Pan India, the biggest biryani and kebab brand, at least in 2 more countries, and hopefully more closer to 1,000 crores than 500 crores, and the most loved brand in biryani and kebab category.
Sure, PK?
Yeah, we want to be India's biggest fun and expressive brand. Not just fashion, which we're into right now, but across getting into beauty, getting into home, getting into every broader spectrum of lifestyle. And while we get there, we would want to hold our focus on being a true D2C player. Today, 90% of our sale happens on our own platform. Even with expansion, we would want to focus as we touch our journey to 2,000 crores. At that level also, we are very bullish. At least 50% of it will come on our own platform.
Sure. BG?
We want to be the Xerox of personalization.
Great.
So when somebody says personalization, they should say Ishakti.
Very, very clearly articulated. Pankaj?
A very uncomplicated, thought process. I mean, so we are problem solvers for our women customers. We'll continue to solve problems, as many as possible, enter as many wardrobes as possible, and cross the 1,000 crore mark in the next 3 years in the process. I think it's as simple as that.
Pankaj has direct access to all the women's bedroom.
Just need one problem for
so my team tells me, I have to be the person who knows what women want, right? So I'm trying to
which no man has ever been able to solve.
I'll quickly answer that. So like I mentioned right now, so we are exiting this year at almost 1,000 crore, having already cracked omnichannel, and we are actually in a process of just executing on what we have already figured out, which is also important while we figure out new things as well. So with a quick store rollout from 50 to almost 300 stores in the next 2 years, we expect year-on-year doubling to continue for at least 2 more years. So we'll reach almost 4,000 crores by FY24. Beyond that, I think the growth would be in double digits. And so also in nutshell, I think in 5 years, we'll be somewhere between 8,000 to 10,000 crores. On revenue run rate and generating profits of between 1,000 to 1,500 crore.
Remarkable. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This has been an absolute pleasure, very insightful. And, there's no doubt in our mind, because of course we have invested in all of you, that you are building some of the finest companies out there in your respective spaces. And it's a lot more than just selling online. A lot more, as we understood during the course of this discussion, and wish you all great success going forward. And I'm sure we'll see you again in next several other IvyCap days to learn more from you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a vibrant discussion just like your brands. And D2C has undoubtedly changed the way brands look at customers and customers look at brands. I think the whole journey between a brand and a customer has gone complete transformation. I will say from an arranged marriage to a love marriage, perhaps. And I hope the audience are finding time to explore our portfolio companies, and please do visit our networking lounge. We also have discount coupons from some of our portfolio companies, which we just discussed, like BBK, IvyCap, Clovia, and Expetron, so don't miss it. And during our sessions, please feel free to ask questions to our panelists using the Ask Questions toggle that will appear on the left-hand corner of your screen, and we will do our best to answer your questions. Our third session for today focuses on the startups that have captured the imagination of international markets and have made a mark across the globe, be it US, Europe, or Southeast Asia. This is of paramount importance from the standpoint of geographical diversification, given how each part of the globe has evolved differently, particularly in the prevailing economic environment. So Ashish would be moderating the session, and without wasting any time, Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Mansi. Pleasure to be back with another set of very distinguished founders. Some of the faces you are very familiar with. Just as a preamble to this session, when we started IvyCap Day, IvyCap about 10 years ago and before that, a lot of experts told us that India is not good in making products. India is a services country. We can't build products. Our companies basically provide people. We can't, we don't have the mindset, don't have the skills, don't have the domain expertise, don't have the channels. There were an entire list of reasons why we could not do that. And yet we sit here 10 years later, where most people would bet their money on tech giants coming out of India, lots of tech-driven companies coming out of India. They already have, right? And some of them are in our midst today. These are all gentlemen who and ladies who run, tech-driven companies, SaaS companies, but with, interestingly, who are not only targeting the Indian market, but who are successful globally. So let's hear from them with a focus on what does it really take to win in international markets. Now, just as a start, can we just go around the table and do a 1-minute summary of what is it that you do, what is the problem you are solving, and just some bullet points on where your company is at. Obviously, Tamanna, you have the pleasure of, you have the right to lead the way, so start.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Hi, everyone. So I'm Tamanna, the co-founder of Convosite. We are a community marketing platform. We're first such platform in the world. We enable community creators to monetize through meaningful brand partnerships. And we enable brands to tap into closed group communities, specifically Facebook groups, Reddit, and WhatsApp, for both insights and marketing. We started our journey by building our own communities and the whole tech stack around it for growth and monetization. And last year, we pivoted to building Convosite. We currently have about 50,000 communities with close to 370 million managed members on Convosite, and we work with about 50 plus enterprise brands globally.
Great. Venkat, you want to go next?
Hi, this is Venkat, founder CEO of Vinculum. We are a SaaS omnichannel brand. We work with both high-growth D2C brands and traditional brands who are launching D2C brands or trying different business models going more digitally. So the primary problem we are solving is to help brands to reach customers across online, offline, and social, and to unearth models which can easily help scale them globally. So we've created an ecosystem of digital partners who can help brands scale globally. So when we look at the different areas which we work with practically every part of the e-commerce ecosystem, work with about 800 odd brands with about 50% revenues coming from India and good presence in Middle East, Southeast Asia. We are at a 6.3 million recurring revenue, and we expect to grow 2x year on year from here. That's essentially what we're targeting to reach.
Sure, thanks. And Tamanna, just for clarity, which markets are you working in right now?
So we started from India, but we've just now started working in Southeast Asia and US.
Got it. Rasik, can you go next and tell us about what Get My Parking does?
Sure, Ashish. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Rasik Pansare, co-founder of Get My Parking. We are a smart parking platform which converts real estate of parking lots into intelligent mobility hubs. We are out of India, but like Ashish said, we are made in India, but made for the world. We are operational in 17 countries across all the 5 continents, with majority markets being Europe and US. What we do essentially is it's a B2B SaaS platform which does end-to-end digitization of the parking industry and serves all the stakeholders who would need parking data. So be it automotive manufacturers, mapping companies, e-commerce delivery who need parking data, or typical end consumers who want parking app to look for parking, pay for parking, as well as integrate parking data into car rental, shared mobility, and EV charging ecosystem. So we look at parking as a real estate which can enable a lot of other services around the car as an anchor to upsell other value-added services. But in order for that to happen, you need technology infrastructure, which the parking industry doesn't have anywhere globally. And we have a very unique solution, which is IoT-driven to integrate, control, and transform any parking real estate anywhere in the world, sitting from India.
So, and which markets are you in, Rasik?
Like I said, 17 countries, but Europe is our major focus area. It has been major focus area in the past. We have in last 1 year started attacking US market really strong. And in last quarter, we have also opened up, customer bases in Australia and Brazil and Middle East, Dubai.
Who would have thought that a smart parking will come out of India, right? I mean, that's really interesting in itself. Ashish, you want to go next?
Sure, Ashish. Hi, guys. This is Ashish Mehta, co-founder, CEO of OnlineSales.ai. What we are doing at Online Sales is basically trying to disrupt the whole BTL, or the below the line marketing space. For folks who don't know, so below the line marketing or the co-op marketing is what is also called in the industry. But it essentially is a space where a lot of brands spend money with their sales channel partners of sorts, right? So it's unlike, let's say what Venkat was saying, the D2C brands. A lot of brands are trying to go D2C, but a significant amount of spend also happens through the channel partners ecosystem for brands, right? And these can be large brands or small brands. So imagine, let's say like a L'Oreal, and L'Oreal sells through 20,000 salons in India, for example, right? So and there's a significant amount of transaction that happens between L'Oreal and the 20,000 salons. Now this BTL market is about $2.4 trillion market globally, significantly large. And yet only 3% of this transaction volume is about digitized, right? Almost 97% is not digitized, and hence lack of transparency, measurements, analytics, control, etc. All of that is lost somewhere in between. So that's basically the space that we're trying to sort of digitize through an enterprise SaaS software. Right? So that's basically what we do, right? And a bunch of apps as part of that stack. But that's basically what we are enabling as of right now. As of right now, I mean, we work with about 30 amongst the large 30 omni-channel retailers, as well as about 20,000 plus brands through these retailers out there, trying to digitize the whole co-marketing space there. And we're present across about 7-8 countries, especially in Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Africa. And in 2022, we are looking very aggressively to push in the US and the UK markets as of right now.
Thank you. Nipun?
Thanks, Ashish. I'm probably the only non-co-founder in this entire panel. So I am Nipun Jain. I take care of Bijli's business in Asia and Africa. Essentially, what we do is we take smart meter data, electricity smart meter data, And just using that data, we are able to tell our customers in terms of what is their appliance ownership, as well as how much of each of those appliances consume on a hourly basis or on a half hourly basis. So that's our core technology, and that is by the way, without using any kind of hardware. That is just on the basis of the consumption, the 30-minute consumption interval data. So it's truly an AI product which we have. We are building many use cases. We have actually built a lot of use cases around customer engagement, energy efficiency. In India, we have developed a new use case called theft detection rather. Globally, so we are actually a Silicon Valley based company, but let's say most of the brains of the company sit out of Bangalore in terms of data science and other groups. We have around 40 utilities across the world on our platform, with over 30 million, serving over 30 million customers. So we process, their data, 30 million consumers' data on a daily basis. And primarily our presence is in the US, in Europe. We are actually present in most of the developed countries. And we have started focusing now on countries like India, SAARC, Southeast Asia, and Middle East, and obviously Africa as well. The main challenge for us is the penetration of smart meters. So I think as soon as and as fast as these smart meters can penetrate, the faster is going to be the traction for our product. Thank you.
So very interesting. We have a mix of different types of players, some which are actually overseas, like from the US, but who have their brain sitting in India, but trying to globalize from there. Rasik and team, they are again India brains, but you're starting with the European and US market. And then of course, we have others who started in India and spread across Southeast Asia, Middle East, many other countries, US, etc. Right? Now, I want to go straight to the heart of the question. In terms of when you are looking at these markets, what gives you the right to play and right to win in that market? What is so great about what you guys do and what you bring to the table that you expect to win in international markets, being a very tiny company? Tamanna, you want to go first?
Sure, Ashish. So we're creating a new category. When we talk about digital marketing from a brand's perspective, there was really no concept of community marketing or tapping into closed communities. So whether India or international, this is a new category, and this is the first time they have the opportunity to, the ability to do it at scale. Specifically for international markets, like a market like US, there's massive spends on digital, much more than what it is in India. For a number of brands, more than 50% of their spends are on digital. And all of that is sitting on the other open social media channels. So it's very interesting. We're probably the youngest in terms of entering international markets right now. And we're using a very different approach. Despite having all the learnings from India, we're going through a assumption validation exercise right now in US. So we've actually tied up with the partner, and we're just going in with discovery mindset for the US customers. And what we're discovering is that although they feel the need to tap into, they understand that the consumers, that's where they're engaging, that's where they're talking. And for those that have even looked for solutions, there are just no solutions out there. So we're doing something very unique, and we're creating this category. So we're super bullish that we'll be able to penetrate, and I'm sure that we'll have our own learning journey, but we'll be able to create a mark. Also, from a community creator perspective, there's just more and more people that are building communities and joining communities every single day. So that whole ecosystem is, over the last few years, been expanding like crazy, whether it's Facebook, Reddit. Our hypothesis there is very strong that this entire community creator economy, this needs to be created, and we're leading that charge. So
you're basically a pioneer in the space that you are in, essentially in community marketing. Could you give us a quick sense of how, when you talk of communities, what kind of members are you talking about? How big are you in that? How many members do your communities have?
Yeah, so that's what I said that during our intro. So we have about 50,000 communities right now with close to 370 million members that use ConvoSite to manage their communities and monetize. And that's across 75 countries, but about 70% of that is from India right now. And about 20% is from US and then Southeast.
370 million members is larger than most countries in the world. Very, barring a few, there are not too many countries bigger than that, right?
There's 1.8 billion members in communities.
So you have a long way
we're
to
just
go.
getting started.
You're getting started. Still a long way to go. Interesting. Rasik, what gives you the the right to play and win in markets so different, like and yours is a business which is so local, where very local decision making and so on. So how do you build a stack of products and technology where you can win in these alien markets?
So the strategy we adopted is first of all, what gives us the right to win? Let me answer that, and then I'll come to the stack that we adopted. What gives us the right is that we didn't know we had a right, honestly, Ashish, first. So for first 2-3 years, we just kept targeting the Indian market, struggled quite a lot, understood the economics don't work here. And that's when, we decided maybe we can go to Southeast Asian market. That's the first step I think Indian entrepreneurs think of when expanding internationally. But when we were thinking about Southeast Asia, we landed up winning a competition based in UK. We went to Europe. And as chance would have it, we realized that there's opportunity in Europe as well. And the more the research we did, we realized that being from India, we actually have an advantage over these already developed countries. The advantage is that just like my mother never used Skype for video call. WhatsApp was her first video call tool. So we skipped the entire desktop digitization process and moved to mobile smartphone digitization. So that helped us because we had developed complete parking end-to-end digitization platform with mobile in focus and cloud as focus. Whereas all the automation in the parking industry globally has been desktop based and local server based, no cloud connections, no apps, no QR codes, nothing. So we actually realized what we have is an advantage. We just need to now adapt to the business rules, to compliance, and many other things while going international. But of course, now coming to your second question, it is a very local business, not even at a national level, at a city level. So parking, as an authority that regulates parking, that authority, is at a city level. The municipal corporator has the highest authority. So, which means even if I have to enter Germany, Berlin will have very different parking policies and rules from Frankfurt, and that will have very different from Munich. So the strategy we adopted was, let's focus on what's common. Let's build the tech platform and, just become a tech enabler to these local operators. Let's not get into the local nitty-gritties and local complications. Let a local operator look at all the operations and customer acquisition, branding, etc. Hence, we went white label. We took inspiration from Shopify. Not just Shopify, but many other global distribution systems for airlines like Sabre and Amadeus, as well as credit card companies like MasterCard and Visa Card. So our idea was that MasterCard never contacts the end consumer, and the end consumer never interacts with MasterCard. It's a local bank which does all the local operations, but the technology for the credit card is given by MasterCard sitting in US. So that's the same thing we are doing. Sitting in India, we are giving parking technology for all the parking lots around the world. So and there are local partners at a city level who are taking care of operations.
Got it. Venkat, how about Vinculum? Why are you winning in international markets?
If you look at even pre-COVID, right, means the whole aspect of people shopping online was an increasing opportunity. So we had actually built for a product which enables brands to tap into that. But when we look at what happened post-COVID, when the whole digital space has exploded. So we moved from what is low teens percentage online to about 21% revenues globally. Possibly it'll settle at 30-35% online revenues. So when we think about that, there's so many different trends which have emerged. D2C brands scaling in a big way, traditional brands trying to compete and either launch their own brands or unearth different business models by bypassing the retail store and delivering direct to consumer. We are enabling every potential, or I can't say every potential, but we are actually working and enabling brands on each of these different business models. So practically, if I look at it from the perspective of the kind of use cases we're building, it is like it gives so many different flavors there. And the disruption is happening on a global scale. So then the beauty of what we are doing is we could actually go replicate in any country in the world. Means all I need is, in terms of getting the product ready from an ecosystem perspective, I have to do the localizations for the product in terms of integrations. But we are enabling people to sell on the online channels, and we are enabling this on a global scale. So most people are doing this domestically, but this opportunity, what we are really looking at is, and it's very fragmented. If I look at Asia, if I look at South America, even the traditional markets, right? The big markets like US, Europe, Australia, the players are all who had built products for the pre-COVID world. So here we have an opportunity to go, frankly, any market to go set up in 4 months and start, becoming a big local brand. And that's really where the opportunity is. Great product market fit, all the market forces coming together, and all it takes is, for us to replicate what we have done.
Great. I got a question here from someone in the audience. Why go global? Why should entrepreneurs in the tech space go global? So maybe one of you can answer that. Ashish, you want to try that?
Sure, Ashish. So I think it's a general question, but yeah, I think depending on the space that people play, right, or different companies play, right. It's just the market sizing and where the opportunities lie, right. So for us, especially online sales, the market is significantly larger in the West out there, and of course, India and Southeast Asia, the developing countries are actually expanding, their digital or digitization space, as even Rasik was saying. You're skipping the whole generation of desktop, etc. But the digitization is happening at a very fast pace. But if you limit yourself, especially on the tech, enterprise tech sort of things, to one country, let's say in India, there is typically always a little room, unless you are a B2C company, which is consumer companies can have much depth, let's say in large economies like India. From a tech perspective, I think it just makes a lot more sense to expand outside of India. The other angle also is that the technology, because it's a tech SaaS, right? It's more replicable, I would say, based on the use cases. Of course, regional nuances need to be applied, but those are fairly incremental. They're not step up function to, let's say, take a stack that we have built here in India, and if you were to deploy this in Vietnam, for example, there's very little incrementality that we have to build on top of the stack, and suddenly the stack is now relevant for the Vietnamese market, and similarly is for the US market or the Latin America market out there, right? So being an enterprise SaaS or enterprise tech company, I think the replicability of your stack with a very little incremental efforts, and also a depth that you get in the Western world is what I would say is so much more lucrative to go west. And also the unit economics is much better. So building it out here in India, I wouldn't say it's cheap anymore. I think people have started outsourcing things to the US already. But it's if we play smartly, I think we can build it much more faster, nimbler, in a more efficient fashion, and really compete well in the other markets where either the cost of skills or the lack of skills exist out there. So that's my
and better price points, I assume, right?
Exactly, and better price points as well. Yeah.
You spoke about standardization of products. Now, that's something I want to explore. If you have a stack here, it's applicable in Vietnam, Middle East. Not necessarily always the case. Or do you really have to what has been the experience in this panel? Do you have to modify your products for various markets? And I don't think you will have a point of view, certainly, which is on one side of the spectrum. What's your experience in taking the same product or building the product for different markets?
So you asked me, Ashish?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think as far as the tech stack is concerned, I don't think we have changed that. It has been, I mean, like Ashish mentioned, I think it's fairly easy for us to replicate whatever we have done as a starting point to do it for any country actually in the world, any utility in the world. So what we focus on is essentially the use case, because when we started off, let's say, going outside our comfort zone of developed utilities, or I would say deregulated utilities, the challenge we were finding was that what we were selling was not meaningful for the utilities because they were actually monopolies. So they really didn't need our product to keep their customers intact. So for us, it was more of a use case thing rather than technology. We still use the same technology. Obviously, we work on that every day to improve it, to make it faster, better for our clients. But the stack remains the same actually.
Any other views on sort of making your product more relevant for international market as you go international?
Just to add to the earlier discussions, means if you look at e-commerce as a percentage of the global market in India, it's possibly 3 to 4%. So if you're talking, if I have an opportunity to go global and I can address, I can obviously increase the addressable market. If I can go into multiple places where there's an opportunity, if I can do it inexpensively, why not? Right. So that's one way to think about it. The second thing is if it could be a business strategy also to focus on a particular geography and set yourself up for an acquisition. There are some companies which do it. So that could be a method saying that, look, I'll go only after the emerging markets and be an alternative or an aggressive option for some of the big boys who are transforming themselves to buy you out. So while that may not be our thinking, I'm saying that could be a thinking as well in terms of which markets to go after. And if I look at it from our perspective, it's similar, except that from the ecosystem integrations, we'll have to get ready for the market. So which means we aggregate all the channels. So we need to talk to all the channels. That's the only thing we need to build. But the core technology doesn't change. So you can actually launch in any market easily.
So let's shift our focus to success in these markets, right? I mean, what would you say are the pillars of success to get into international markets? Rasik, you want to go first?
Sure. There would be, very different pillars for different domains and business models. But what has worked for, SaaS business like us is that number one is sales channels or partners. So we were not able to crack certain markets until we found some industry veterans who became consultants or sales channel partners. And so you can always figure out the financial model to make it work. But once you have that, it really opens up a lot of pathways for you. So that's one pillar, definitely. The second is marketing, digital marketing. Internet has opened up things like never before. And digital marketing, if done right, with really good expertise of how to keep abreast with all the SEO and all the new things that keep coming every day, then sitting in any one part of the world, you can make sure your product seems relevant and local to anyone else in the world. So someone in Argentina, when they look at our website, or someone from Brazil, they see our website in Portuguese language. If they do any Google search, we make sure we rank really high on those keywords, and hence they will feel that, okay, this is a Portuguese language website selling me smart parking. So, things like that. So digital marketing is really very important pillar, I think. And the third is trade exhibitions. For B2B businesses, be it SaaS or otherwise, I think for B2B businesses, trade exhibitions are really important. We would have never thought that for something like parking, you can have multiple exhibitions where like hundreds of companies only doing parking technology come together, right? But it happens, and it must be happening for each and every domain, I'm sure. So such trade exhibitions are really great also as pillar.
Any additions to that, Ashish? Channels, marketing? and exhibitions. What do you think are pillars of success?
So basically, Ashish, I mean, the way we look at it is like, you know, there are three key pillars that we look at. I mean, so first, of course, and that may be generic for everyone, but like, you know, first one is capability, of course, right? I mean, so your product, the experience for that market, etc., has to be very strong out there. But the latter two pillars are very important from success in the international markets. So the first one, or the second one, basically in that three category is the access with credibility. Right now, that can come in multiple different forms, right? As Rasik was saying, like, you know, digital marketing and localized language website is interesting for us because it's enterprise SaaS. Like, you know, access with credibility is like, you know, either joining, like, you know, or partnering with like, you know, credible reselling partners or JVs with local partners there. Provides us the access and the credibility as well. So channel partners. So we partner very well with, let's say, the likes of Google and the Facebooks and the Trade Desks of the world out there. I mean, that creating a joint business plan there with these kind of entities, and that opens up a lot of market access with credibility, right? And that is very important. And the last one that we look at is always the construct, right? Saying that how are you packaging your offering? How do you construct the offering so that you can get some early inroads, right? Lower the friction or the decision time from your potential buyer to quickly test you out, right? And that gives you a lot of validation, like, you know, access to logos and like, you know, access to a lot of use cases in those local markets before you start upselling and like, you know, sell, say, $200,000, $500,000 deals in those markets out there. So, so these are the three aspects, Ashish, that we look at, and then of course the capability, access, and the construct for us become very important for us.
So those are lovely points, great points. Anyone want to add to this? Any other pillars of success in your respective domains? Tamanna?
So for us, it's supply demand, right? We have to acquire community creators, admins, and then the brands. So you know, from a go-to-market perspective, adding to what Rasik said, so you know, there's known organic channels, right, like SEO, etc. But one of the things which a lot of people may not consider is, again, early on starting to build your own communities. So the numbers that I was talking about earlier, that, you know, we've acquired 50,000 admins and the 370 million members, about 70% of that has been organic for us. So SEO actually came second. The first thing that we did was very early on went out and built our own community of these potential users, just giving them a lot of value in terms of, you know, how to grow and monetize their communities. That is something we definitely want to, you know, replicate in the US. We've already done that in Southeast Asia. When we started, we knew it's going to be a large part of our acquisition, but even as we're scaling, it's continuing to stay. So our cost of acquisition is close to zero. That's something we want to replicate. I just want to emphasize again the importance of validating the assumptions. What holds true in India, no matter how standard and similar the pain points may seem from the outside, it's really important, I believe, to go in and validate those assumptions with the users, with the customers. Those 2 or 3 months of learnings will go a long way, because it may not really be the product, but, you know, it may be the specific use case or how you package it. So I just think that that's really key to us, and we've like told ourselves that we're not going all out until we learn first.
Great. No, thanks for that, Tamanna. I think we are really running short of time right now. There are a bunch of questions here from people who want to understand your products. I think some for you, Tamanna, what's the community? Venkat, how do you help brands? But I think the best way to solve that, given our paucity of time, is to perhaps visit their respective stalls that they have set up and learn more about their products. I just want to thank all of you for this wonderful and insightful session. All of you are building leadership in a niche, and all these niches are large globally and growing very fast. And at least we have no doubt that we have winners in all of you, and you're going on to build great companies and winners out of India, which all of us can be proud of. And again, thank you for your presence, and look out for these gentlemen and ladies and their companies they have built, because they are making a huge difference not only in India but globally. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Ashish.
Thanks, Ashish, and thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Ashish. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Ashish.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your secret mantra about expanding in international markets. Dear audience, please feel free to give us your feedback using the feedback button on the bottom of your screen. Well, the fintech space has turned out to be a real game changer by demonstrating the power of technology in making financial inclusion a reality. Also, many of us often wonder whether there is fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. Why do we spend time in finding this out when we have some of the pioneers in our portfolio? Our next session, therefore, focuses on building scale in underserved markets, which is definitely the hot theme today. The session would be moderated by Mr. Vikram Gupta, Managing Partner, IvyCap. Over to you, Vikram.
Thanks, Madhuri. Of course, there are some very interesting sessions going on during the day, so I hope everyone is enjoying those sessions. I'm actually quite excited about this session as well. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask my panelists here to spend a minute or so to introduce themselves and also briefly talk about your businesses, what you guys are doing, and then we'll get into the discussions.
Great. So I guess I'll start. Hi, guys.
Yeah, Bhuvan, you can start.
Yeah. So hi, guys. Hi, everyone. My name is Bhuvan Rustagi. I'm one of the co-founders and COO of Lendbox. We are basically, I'll keep it short, we are a wealth tech platform focusing on P2P and debt-based investments. We cater to, we are a pan-India operation. And given the we've been in operation since November 2015. We became part of the IvyCap family in 2018 onwards, and it's been quite a great ride. And I think what we're focusing on is basically democratizing non-equity or non-public market linked investments. And as I said, we are currently focused on debt, but eventually we plan to move on to other asset classes as well. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Bhuvan. Pratyush, you can go next.
Thanks, Vikram. Hi, everyone. I am Pratyush Alan. I'm co-founder at FinPay. We are a fintech company and we are enabling digital banking and financial services for the last mile. We are serving the underserved and unserved customers with their banking needs and digital payment needs and different financial services in small sizes and shape. We have almost 1 million merchant network across India today, and we process more than 30,000 crores worth of transactions at these places where they are assisting the rural customers for digital payments and for banking services. And soon we are also launching our own self-banking application on the Neo front for these customer segment, where those are tech-savvy customers. Now they can just not do just assisted banking, but also self-banking on the application.
Great, thanks, Pratyush. Sanjeev?
Yeah, thanks, Vikram. Hi, I'm Sanjeev Chandak, co-founder of FT Cash. We are building a merchant-focused neobank. So we are our target customers are local mom and pop retailers spread across the country who currently do not have access to credit and hence they can't grow or they can't scale up. They don't have access to institutional credit, to be precise. So we basically enable credit or provide working capital loans to this target segment, along with digital payment acceptance, and we'll be building the insurance vertical soon as well.
Great, thank you so much for your introductions, gentlemen. This is quite interesting. Fintech as a sector has come a long way, I would say, in the last several years. especially since demonetization happened, and things have changed quite substantially. Even ever since COVID has started, and each of you, have very different business models targeting different customer segments. I would love to hear your thoughts on how these major events that have happened in the past have impacted the industry as a whole and your business specifically, how are you seeing this impacting going forward as well. So if you can just go through that, maybe Govan, you can start, and then I'll come back to the others.
Yeah. So obviously, so fintech overall faced a massive change. I think after demonetization, where fintech, there was a digital push. Maybe COVID as a pandemic across the globe was a massive push for digitization in that aspect. So in the overall, I would say the entire industry has gotten a boost. However, the debt-based products did take a hit as well, especially those that products which were serving the very underserved or the absolute bottom of the pyramid, like let's say gig economy workers and so on, who didn't have much of a history or whose incomes were reliant on sort of daily wages or daily transactions. But I would say overall, when it comes to payment systems or the pandemic actually pushed for innovation within the fintech space, definitely, and it also pushed more people into on the investment side. Unfortunately, we always end up talking about the debt, the lending side of the fintech space, but even on the investment side, as we know, the stock market investors increased by 1 million users during the pandemic, and more people are now sitting at home and trying to understand how they can invest their money better. In our case, for example, on the product or the borrower side, we were able to serve merchants who were facing cash crunches because of the pandemic, and we were able to identify opportunities there where we were also able to serve them, served an underserved product base, and also get good returns for our investors. On the other hand, we had a lot of investors due to the volatility in the stock market. We had a lot of people come on board because they wanted more fixed income products. So our business definitely got a massive boost overall when it comes during the pandemic. And obviously, the key thing was, which remains across fintech, is to make sure that the risk is managed very properly, and there needs to be a very high focus on risk, and to make sure that the products which are being served to your customers, either on the borrower side or on the investor side, are of extremely high quality.
Sure. No, thanks. Thanks for that. Pratyush, how about your side?
I think same with like what Bhuvan said. So we also got a good boost in the business, and thanks to both the things, because where I think to add to the Bhuvan points, basically the digital adoption for customers in terms of smartphones and the banking applications and the practice of making a savings into a bank account. So demonetization taught them a lot to deposit amounts and then pay digitally, because cash was scarce. And then later, the COVID taught them again that cash is risky and it can carry the viruses, etc. So they started again moving towards digital options. So I think all these things helped these people to start adopting to it. I think the people are very smart. अगर कुछ करने पे आती है तो people do it, but जब तक मजबूरी नहीं आती, जब तक लोग नहीं करते हैं. So when I visit these places, they all know how to use WhatsApp and send videos and chat and do TikTok, etc. But they didn't want to do banking and digital finance and all these things. But now I think with that push, once they experienced, many are stuck with it and continue to do it. There are a lot of people now who just pay using UPI, etc. Even when I take an auto rickshaw somewhere and I don't have much cash, he says, "Sir, UPI kar do." And so I think that's a good push. And for us, the volumes and like business wise, it has increased a lot. Our revenues and even the profits have grown multifold because of it. So, and I think overall also it has been helpful for everyone and not only just for us. So.
Sure. Yeah, Sanjeev, and in your case, of course, you've been lending through your platform to quite a few offline merchants, right? So how's been your experience with all these changes which are happening and which have happened in the past?
Yeah, so I think, no, I mean, there were two parts to it, right? So as the Bhuvan and Pratyush said, on the digitization front, right? So now people are getting more used to being digital, right? Because they were kind of forced, right? So I think, no, that is a very big positive for the long term, right? That the operational processes, etc., will be more digital going forward, or are already becoming digital, and customers are accepting it. So the change management, has happened very, very fast in this space. On the credit side, obviously, right, I mean, with a big impact on the offline merchants, we have seen higher credit expenses as expected, because a lot of stores, etc., were closed due to the government regulations, etc. So we have seen that. But what we have also seen, and which is very interesting, is that, I mean, it took us, as a lender, it took us through a stress event, right? Hopefully once in a lifetime type of stress event. And we were able to, showcase that our business model holds good, our unit economics holds good, even in a stress event, right? So that will be, very, very reassuring as we scale up. So I think that was a big positive. The second piece is that, a lot of the people who were on the edge, right, from a customer segment perspective, are wiped out, right? So they are no longer in business, etc. So whoever remains is stronger. And as the COVID kind of dies down, they would be, looking to scale up, looking to add more more market share in their micro neighborhoods, etc. And then business should also be, very, very positive going forward.
Got it. One of the biggest challenges, I would say, in the fintech industry has been the evolving regulatory guidelines. And many times, startups have been struggling, to cope with those changes, and also whether it is to do with the RBI guidelines, or guidelines specific to NBFC, or guidelines with respect to what SEBI is doing. So there are lots of things which are happening, and they're very dynamic. And I think in each of your businesses, they impact very differently. So we'd love to hear from each one of you, starting with you, Bhuvan.
Yeah.
How are these regulatory guidelines impacting your business?
So, I mean, obviously, firsthand, and I think Sanjeev would also know, we are both, we have NBFCs on board, and we also are kind of RBI registered NBFC. We are an NBFC P2P. So yes, the regulation is part and parcel of the lending business in India. I do think that, yes, to some level, the regulations are a bit conservative, where as an industry player, obviously, we would want it to be a free market. It should be open to innovation. You should be allowed to do whatever you want to do, and your users should also you should also assume that your users are educated enough to come on board and let them, and then face whatever they do, right? I mean, and even our regulation, for example, which is specific to us from RBI perspective, they are telling we are not allowed to take any credit risk as a normal NBFC. So right now, even now, our users are taking on the credit risk. Unfortunately, with COVID, there is a lot of lobbying which we want to do, where we want to increase changes, but right now the RBI is so preoccupied with other things that they're not able to focus on our regulation. And the last thing is that when it comes to startups, we are much more fast-paced, and the regulations usually are not allowed to catch up. When it comes to, and especially in the fintech space, most regulation is always catching up. It's always reactive. For example, in our case, we were in operations 3 years before the regulation came in. We started in 2015. The regulation came out late 2017. So basically 2018. So it's mostly reactive, and then obviously we have to keep pushing for it, lobbying for it. That is one thing, obviously, which is I would say the con of regulation, but there is a pro as well, where it creates a sort of level playing field across different startups, that everyone starts from the same base and has to innovate within that box, so to speak. However, we being I would say the Indians, or the Jugadu sort of people we end up finding more and more innovative ways to expand our product lines and so on, and make sure that we are able to serve our customers in the best possible way. In our case, our investors, our best possible way. Yeah, but obviously, when it comes to regulation, I would, as a industry player, I would want them to be much more dynamic and conservative. But in our case, they haven't moved a lot in the last 2 years, which we really would want.
Got it. Pratyush, what's happening in your case?
I think I am happy with whatever regulations are there in our space. Okay, and I think our regulator and NPCI and all are moving so fast. It's like they are also moving like a startup. With every time they are
Yes.
bringing up new products, and we have seen the adoption of UPI, the adoption of FASTag, the different adoptions of all these products across India, and the other developed countries are now trying to catch up and trying to implement systems like this. And plus, not only regulator is doing in a way that they are just doing it with one entity, but they are opening it for multiple players to join in. Like for a BBPS kind of setup, they had BBPOU, and you can become an agent institution and then sell your services across. So they have taken care that each one of everybody gets a chance to participate into that. The banking correspondent guidelines are also flexible enough for multiple players to do and to innovate and still do in a manner that that it is still under compliance and there is no harm caused to any stakeholder. So till today, so I'm very happy about the way the things are moving with all these things. I am not sure about how it will happen. RBI has come with the new PA guidelines which we are applying, and they will be directly under RBI. For that, that's yet to explore. But I think if we are doing good and helping the society and in financial inclusion, I think the road will be much better compared to now. So yeah.
Got it. Sanjeev?
Yeah, so I think, no, as being in this industry, we have to live with the regulations, right? I mean, that is a given. And our business models, have to be agile, right? Because obviously, not everything will move in our favor all the time, right? So that is something we have to adjust to. Having said that, I think RBI, and even the government has done a phenomenal job in terms of building customer confidence, right, in the financial products, right? Because I think we always like a free hand as providers of service, but at the same time we have to also be cognizant of the fact that the consumers also have to come right, come and interact or transact. I mean, if I've seen multiple regulations all the way from OTP being mandatory at some point for digital transactions few years back to various regulations. So for example, if you've heard of there are a lot of Chinese apps that come on the Google Play Store giving loans at ridiculous rates and RBI clamping on them. So I think they have done a very, very good job in terms of increasing the consumer confidence, which is overall a very big positive for the industry. Because if the consumers come to play in this market, the rest of the things we can manage and we can tackle care of, we cannot take care of.
Actually, Vikram, I think for NBFCs, the regulations are quite tight, maybe because while we were also dealing with them for our merchant lending piece, they said they will do their own KYC again and re-KYC, etc. And multiple factors. For payments, they are a little broad. To just give you an example to everyone that the way for payments is supposed for an authentication of payment, they have given a very broad guideline that either of two things you need to have. So the three things which they have given options is who you are, what you know, and what you have. So now it can be a combination of a biometric and a password, a PIN and something. So multiple factors you can play, a mobile phone and a something. So you get that flexibility here that out of these three, you can choose any two. And any two also, there could be multiple options. So what you have could be a mobile phone, could be a debit card, could be anything. Who you are, maybe your iris or your fingerprint or your face. And what you know can be your password, your PIN, your Aadhaar number, etc. So I think the regulations are broad here, but in NBFCs they have got into very depth and minute, and that's why there is not enough room for them to play. But
yeah, just to add to Pratyush's point, actually, I mean, the one thing which the NBFC regulations also add, And what I would definitely prefer is that the regulation be applicable on in a matrix sort of a stage by stage basis. That if you have assets by this much, then these rules apply to you, and if above this much, then these rules apply to you. On the tech side, on the IT side, those rules do exist, but other than that, all NBFC regulations apply to all NBFCs. And in our case, being a startup, we have to be extremely capital efficient, right? And we end up spending so much money on just being compliant with all the different regulations and paying external consultants for that I would rather spend that on growing my business and building more high quality products rather than, paying consultants to make sure that I'm compliant to regulations, which I know are not really applicable to me. And also just overall like communication, and especially during COVID times, I would say in the last 2 years, given that we are also having the response from RBI, without their fault, it's nobody's fault that they were not in the office or working from home. But given that we had to follow some rules, the responses also ended up being extremely slow. And now, unfortunately, they have such a big backlog of from the past 2 years that in general, without any, like I said, without any fault of their own, everything is just slower. So if we were as startups, and because there is a Startup India program, right? So as with it being startups, I would have liked that we be exempt from doing certain things a certain way, and maybe have a little more wiggle room to grow till we reach a certain size.
One thing which is there across all three of you is that all three of you have grown quite substantially with very limited capital, right? So that's something which is very unique. But I think what I wanted to understand, given the sensitivities of information and data that you're handling and the technology platforms that you have, there is the challenge of making sure that, you're able to protect the privacy, security issues, especially, when you're handling individual level data. So how are you guys dealing with that, with the, while you're scaling up quite substantially, obviously exponential growth happening, but at the same time, to make sure that you keep pace with the volume of data that you guys are putting on your platform, and therefore the issues coming along with that?
So yeah, I can start on that as well. So RBI also has regulation around data security. One basic rule is that all your data has to be held within the country. You can't, even when we all use cloud servers. None of us have our own servers. So we use Amazon, and they have their servers in Bombay. Secondly, if we take Aadhaar, UIDAI has a rule that you have to mask the Aadhaar. Even our own staff members can't see the Aadhaar number, even if they want to verify. So it only has to be digitally verified through third parties. So we have to make sure that all of those rules are applied. And I completely agree that given the volume of data, especially in all three of, like with Pratyush's case, he's basically in a way a banking function. So he has a lot of financial data as well. In our case, we are assessing both investors and borrowers. We also have financial data. In FT Cash's basis as well, they have borrowers, CIBIL scores and everything. So I think data security remains an integral part of the fintech industry overall. The biggest leaks which we've seen happen have been credit card data leaks and so on and so forth. So in our case, for example, we have 3 people dedicated to just data security. Luckily, we are also using a very solid server system. AWS also has a very good security system. We have multi-level accesses to all our data requirements. There are no super users except maybe 1 or 2 people, which is basically the founders. So not everyone can access everything, even within our teams. Or people can only see the data which is relevant to their role. So these are the few steps we have to make sure, and we get a information systems audit done every 2 years, so to make sure that all the compliances and our data requirements are there, or if they can be improved or not.
Pratyush?
I think here what we are doing is RBI has a detailed this on payment systems, so the certifications, etc. So we are following all of them, and like your PCI adherence, etc. And all these things have been there since ages, and they have been quite revising time to time. So I think basis that that gives a good sense of security on following all those guidelines. Like recently, while we are applying for this new license,
the guidelines which RBI suggested to have, we already had all of them. So it was very simple for us to move forward. Second approach, what we do is we don't save unnecessary sensitive data. So what data passes through us, but it is not so necessary for us in the future, we don't save it at all. So that way, we save ourselves more, that we don't have anything. If you try get into our systems, there is nothing as such. So there are just logs, and you cannot do anything with the logs. And I think, and third, having a very strong technology team. So my co-founder, he is very, very good at security and all that piece. He has, in fact, few patents also. So that way, we have been able to manage it quite well, and we continue to do so.
Sanjeev?
Yes, so I think, I mean, we go through and we collect a lot of data, which is very sensitive, but we go through PCI DSS certification every quarter, where we go through that process. This is pre RBI as well, because these are more card industry, worldwide card industry certifications, right, where auditors come in and then do it. But having said that, since we were talking about RBI, right? So now RBI has come up with another rule that says that no, you cannot store the full card details, even if you are PCI DSS certified. So I think which may be a big positive, right? Because if nobody stores that data, then even if a leak happens, right, it is unusable, right? So some of these things are coming online, and obviously we'll comply to that. The deadline is the end of the year. We'll not comply to that, but I think we are definitely very careful about who has access to data. Everything is a cloud, as Bhuvan said, right? For most of us, very few people have access to it from that perspective.
So, fintech has been a big darling of investors, especially in the early years to 2015, 16, 17. And I think there was a big shakeout when the COVID situation started. And of course, there are lots of now such businesses out there. What stands you out? I mean, what makes you the winner in the market, and what kind of will really make you build much larger businesses going forward? Bhuvan.
Yeah. So, I mean, in our case or in our industry, the way we view our business is basically to make sure that we give consistent and good returns to our customers, who are basically the investors in our case. In most peers, when most peers in our industry are focusing on, and unfortunately, since you mentioned COVID also, from last year to this year, some of our peers have actually had to shut shop or scale down. And the primary reason for that was because their focus was riskier and high risk and high return sort of investments and very risky debt products. In our case, we've always been of the point of view that that is not the industry we want to focus on. We want to make an investor focused platform and make sure that they get good and consistent returns. Even if it's 12 to 15%, it's fine, as an investor is very happy in India if he gets that return on a monthly basis, annualized, obviously. So that's what stands us out. We are one of the few. In fact, we have the largest bouquet of products when it comes to within the P2P debt space. We have the largest bouquet of products available to an Indian retail investor. We have 20 plus products. Most of our peers don't have maybe 3 or 4 or maybe 5 products. A lot of them, and in a lot of cases, we work with third parties who are also taking on some level of risk. So there is a risk sharing element as well, where in most cases, the risk is shared, risk is passed on completely to the users of the platform. In our case, there is some level of risk sharing as well with third parties. So yeah, I mean, that is what helps stand us out, and that is what will help us scale, to make sure that we keep fractionalizing such kind of products and find more and more innovative ways to finance the, I would not like to say underserved, because but yeah, I would like to say that the unbanked in a way, or people who don't have access to finance on the borrower side. And in India, I would also say there is a big underserved population on the investment side as well. People who don't have access to good investment products. And what we are focusing on is to make sure that we give access to more and more sophisticated and high quality investment products to the Indian retail investor. And that is what I feel will help us scale in the future.
I think we are running out of time, but Pratyush, I'd love to hear from you as well very quickly. on that?
I think two terms which I would want to say is already in the title of this panel: the scale and the underserved, and third is the speed. So I think these three things combined, I think any investor would love us. So the scale, underserved it itself in an entry barrier, difficult to reach, but once reached cannot it's not easily replaceable. And your third is the speed which you get into it, that others while they catch up, you are somewhere else. I think these are the three factors what we focus on.
Very interesting. Sanjeev?
So for our industry or our niche, right, demand is not a problem, right? There is no $300 billion worth of a credit gap, right? So what is extremely critical is the ability to assess and manage credit risk. If we solve that problem, no, I mean, demand will never be an issue, right? And what we have developed over the last few years now is an industry-leading platform where we are able to manage credit risk better than our competition, both pre-COVID and during COVID. We have now compared ourselves with other folks, and our platform now is able to manage credit risk much better than the competition. So I think this is very unique, and will help us scale up pretty rapidly.
So I have 15 more seconds. I'll give you 5 more seconds each. And very
Sanjeev, maybe I have a question quickly for you, that with the account aggregator, this thing which is coming up, will that help you a lot in that credit scoring, etc.? What do you think?
So I think the account aggregator piece is going to make operational processes a lot more easier, right? Because you have data, etc. in one place. But I think what is important is what do you do with that information, right? I mean, how do you manage credit risk once you get the information? I think that is extremely important. I mean, today all of our customers have bank accounts, and the bank that they have an account with is not able to give them a loan, which is really surprising. They may have an account for 5 years with the bank, but the bank will never touch them and give them a loan because they are not able to figure out how to give a loan to them and manage that. So I think that's how it's going to help us.
So my 15 seconds are reduced to 3 seconds. So 1 second each to you. How many unicorns in fintech in the next 100 unicorns in India? Bhuvan?
I would say at least 20.
Pratyush?
Out of 100 unicorns?
100 next 100 unicorns in India.
Next 100 unicorns out of...
How many fintech unicorns do you expect
in the
next 100
fintech?
unicorns?
I think more than 50. So,
more than 50?
Yeah.
Okay, Sanjeev?
I would say around 25.
Wow. Okay. So I think I'm sorry I have run out of time. I know there are some questions coming up as well, but I'm going to skip those for the time being because I'll get killed if I continue to move on. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really, it was a pleasure talking to each one of you.
Likewise, Vikram. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such an enlightening session. Financial inclusion has been a long cherished dream for India, but the fintech space has turned out to be a real game changer, making this dream into a reality. And what happened in the space till now is just the tip of the iceberg. So lots more to come. Well, time for our next keynote address by someone who is known as a renowned business and a marketing leader, having led multiple corporations over the years and witnessing how disruptions and innovations in businesses can create the true multiplier effect on the entire ecosystem. Let me invite Mr. Sandeep Kataria, Chief Executive Officer, Bata India Limited. Sandeep has more than 25 years of experience in the consumer products and retail industry across developed and developing markets. He has led some of the best international brands in India like HUL, Vodafone, and Yum brands. Sandeep, welcome and delighted to have you with us for the session. So over to you.
Thank you for inviting me to talk to you today. It is a great privilege and I accepted it humbly. I must say I've been very, very impressed with all the great companies that IvyCap has been associated with, all the huge amount of work and new innovation that you've been bringing to the market. And therefore, I think of this as a true privilege given to me. While I'm sitting in Europe, I must say that I'm missing the energy and buzz of Asia and in particular, India. In Switzerland, especially, everything seems to work and there are very few problems to solve. And therefore, I think to some extent, the innovation tends to move out and you get new ideas and new solutions much more from the Indias and the Asias of the world. Great to see what you guys have been able to achieve over the last few years. To come to the topic of the day and the multiplier effect, I think the biggest multiplier of the last many, many years has, of course, been the COVID pandemic. Having said that, with vaccinations going on, and we can see that from several countries in the world, vaccinations have reached a critical point. It has been reduced to an endemic. The people, while the infections continue to be around, the impact which it is having on people is of a much reduced manner. And I think, personally, I think that this will be reduced to an endemic as we go into 2022. It's important, of course, that all of us play a role in encouraging our teams, our colleagues into making sure that we are vaccinated and we continue, if needed, to get the booster doses before this is really seen out of the world. But I'm pretty sure with the availability now and the signs that we are seeing from the slightly more advanced vaccination markets like UK, like Europe, like Chile for us, this will reduce into an endemic pretty soon. But having said that, coming back to what I said, I think it has been probably the biggest multiplier, or I should say accelerator, to bring forth a number of multiplier effects across the world. A few days ago, we were at a board meeting and I asked one of our presidents who looks after one of our largest regions, of all the changes that we ended up making over the last 18 months, if it was not for COVID, which of these changes would you not have made? Which of these innovations you would not have followed through? So the gentleman thought for a few moments, went over all the huge number of things that we have actually undertaken and ended up saying none. He would have done all of them even if it was not for COVID. But clearly, the speed of that would have been very, very different. And let me talk to you about a few of the things that this accelerator has put out for us. A whole battery of multiplier effects that have been put into motions over the last 18 months. Let's start with the most obvious of them, which is technology and the multiplying effect which it has had on all the businesses. And again, starting from the most obvious one, which is the channels of reaching out to consumers and customers around the world. Whether it is our own brand.coms, whether it's through the marketplaces, whether it is through the multiple other social media available now, which are being kicked into motion by a lot of manufacturers and suppliers to reach their customers. It's been fantastic to see how the new channels have come into play and are allowing companies like Bata to reach out to a new set of customers all over the world. But I think the other pieces of technology have been even more remarkable in my mind. Things which we've probably not talked as much about. The one I'll talk of, let me talk to you about a few of them. A big one for us has been communication and collaboration. It has really helped us bring our communities around the world, in the 25 big opcos that we operate in the 70 countries that we sell, into making collaboration so much easier without the bother or the inefficiency of travel. All the time we would have lost earlier has all just completely vanished. We've been able to bring teams together to not only adopt new things, but adopt them at a speed which would have been unthinkable a little while ago. A huge multiplier effect in making us more productive. I clearly see, as we come out of this pandemic and move into the endemic mode, companies adopting this hybrid mode to work around the world. In Europe, we are already talking about allowing our teams in most roles to work out of home, even as we go forward for up to 2 days a week on an ongoing basis. A second big multiplier effect that technology has had for us, companies like us, has been on the inventory management. Just think about it. We have about 5,000 stores around the world. In each of our stores, we like to have about 1,800 to 2,000 lines of different designs that we use to offer to our customers to make sure that the wide variety of customers who walk into a Bata store are fully serviced. To make sure that those 2,000 designs are available in the right size for the customer, we very often have to stock upwards of 30,000 pairs in every store. Now, this is actually a pretty inefficient use of capital, making our inventory requirements very significant. As we moved into adopting more technology, the multiplier of being able to have one inventory has been hugely significant. Already in many of our stores, 15% of all service of orders for customers are actually coming from stock, which they are not holding in the store, which are actually being held in a different store in the same city or in another city, but possible to reach them within 48 hours. A huge efficiency of working capital, a huge efficiency of being able to get new designs, new styles to market quickly. A big change for us in the fashion industry, and I would think may well be true of a lot of other industries which don't have immediate satisfaction as a key for them. A second big impact of technology, actually third already, has been the speed of the innovation rollout around the world. As we went into the crisis, we tried out many ideas that we had on the table, but we had almost not had the courage to take sometimes to the market. Things like making WhatsApp ordering and WhatsApp video calling and chatting, video chatting, converting that into transactions, into actual sales for consumers, or putting our stores onto wheels and taking our stores to consumers' home rather than waiting for them to come to us. The COVID pandemic sparked some of these ideas into motion, but what has really helped with technology was how quickly this was shared, how quickly more of our teams got to know about it, and how we were able to adopt this as we went across the world. A fourth space, which has been very, very remarkably speeded up for us, has been on people policies. If you think about it, outsourcing of work started several years ago, but it was almost always on cost arbitrage. Whether it was manufacturing or it was BPOs, it was really centered on a cost arbitrage. But technology has been, and the COVID pandemic has been such a multiplier, allowing us now for the first time, moving into not just cost arbitrage, but really talent arbitrage. So we've been able to move roles, take advantage of the talent in different parts of the world, and make sure it can be applied to companies where the need was there. So give you a couple of examples. As technology came into big force, as brand.com and online ordering became bigger, of course, along with it came cybersecurity as a risk. Now, rather than making available cybersecurity experts in every locale, we were able to leverage the team that we had in India and make sure that we were safe around the world. But it's not limited to just, again, technology and digital cybersecurity. We've seen this happen for us in design, in taking our products to market, to be able to design collaboratively across 2 regions and bring it to production, bring it into systems, into the markets quicker than ever before, and into more markets than ever before. It's even come into HR, where we've been able to take some of our lead practices from one market and apply them in real time into others. But if you ask me, I think one of the biggest multipliers of technology is yet to come. Something which I think the pandemic has shown us the way, but we will reap the rewards of as we go in the next couple of years. All of you have probably heard of WFH, the abbreviation we got all very familiar with, work from home. As things turn to semi-normalcy, as we start going back into a hybrid mode of working from home, but also working from office more and more regularly, I think a different definition of WFH is going to come into play. And that's going to be women from home. The multiplier that we were losing and deducting of all these years as women turned into mums, had more responsibilities thrust on them, and we were losing them from the workforce, I foresee them coming back in a big way. In the short term, of course, we are all familiar that the demands on women have actually gone up at home. And maybe we've even reduced the workforce, the percentage of workforce from women. Some of the statistics would tell us that. But I believe over the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to see a big revolution on this and find women from home being a huge multiplier for us in productivity, in gaining back all the talent that we otherwise tended to lose. While these have all been accelerated by COVID, I think the multipliers are here to stay. And as I said, the women from home is probably going to be one big one, which is going to outstay them all. Moving on from COVID, I think the other big multiplier that I have experienced in my career has been the experience that I've been able to borrow from one company to the other. I have been very lucky to be able to have work experience with 3 hugely experienced and hugely successful companies: Unilever, Vodafone, and Yum Restaurants, the owners of KFC, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell. There's been so much to gain from these experiences, whether they were in India or in Europe. I was lucky to be able to work in both of those. Give you a few examples. Customer satisfaction at Vodafone, which I'm sure a lot of you have been gainers from. The whole idea of happy to help, which got started by Vodafone almost 15 years ago and got adopted by Telecom and many other companies around the world, I had a chance to experience firsthand. And as I moved into my Bata role, we were able to bring that in and apply it in a big way. Or if you think about Unilever, the huge amount of independence that was given to young managers early in our lives, or the focus and discipline around innovation, the discipline around go-to-market, were again great experiences that I was able to learn from and bring into Bata. From Yum, when you think about a restaurant company which has 40,000 restaurants around the world, you think of the huge reach they have to be able to service customers across the world. But what you also have to remember is, and something which is not very obvious, is these are 40,000 factories as well. So to be able to produce great food, you need to have manufacturing discipline in 40,000 different cells. And that was an experience on how they go about the restaurant excellence that they are able to bring into each of those units. Was a great learning for me to bring back to Bata. So I've been extremely lucky to share and learn from this experience. And to me, that is by far the biggest multiplier that you can get. Unfortunately, not all of us will have the opportunity to work with such great teaching organizations. And more importantly, for many of you, you may not have the time to have your hair grayed by all these years to learn from. And therefore, I think the biggest experience multiplier for you is learning from other people, from being able to reach out to people in other organizations who are going through this and learn even more actively, network and learn from them. If there's one thing I would do differently in my 25 years of experience, or now actually 28 years of experience, would be to network more, to learn more. and not to be able to get a job necessarily, which is our small definition of networking, but actually to learn from the experience that my peers have had in different companies, in completely different categories, in companies in different industries, but being able to learn from that. Recently, I came across an article about the impressive statistic that talked about the number of founders of the unicorns in India, which came from the IITs. I think it was upwards of 50% coming from the IITs. I'm sure it has something to do with the talent which goes into IIT and the education which is provided in these premier institutions. But I must tell you, having gained some experience and having spent some time in an IIT myself, I think it's the network post the IIT which has contributed in a very, very big way to this statistic as well. And I would really urge you guys to really take advantage of this opportunity, which I think you have through your networks in today's day and age with social media, but also with IvyCap and companies like them who are able to bring the network together and give us that huge multiplier effect to take into the future. So use that network, use it along with technology now in a more effective manner than we could have 25 years ago. With that, I would just like to wish you the best of luck and say, be ready. The end of this tunnel is very close. I know in many of the industries that you worked in, you've actually maybe even already benefited from what the pandemic has brought, the changes it has brought to consumers. But really, as we come out of it into the new normal, the light is shining very brightly on the other side of the tunnel. So be ready for that, and best of luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, for such an interesting session. I really loved the work from home and women from home concept. It was a pleasure to have you here with us today. Well, please feel free to tweet us at @IvyCap Ventures. After so many years of investors often ignoring the edtech industry, the pandemic has acted as a catalyst and promoted the adoption of educational technology. Irrespective of whether edtech turns out to be a better educational experience or a mere sanctioned screen time, looks like it will definitely grow with the same momentum in the coming years. Let's hear views of experts and entrepreneurs who are doing a phenomenal job in keeping every inquisitive mind meaningfully engaged and shortening the learning curve. The session would be moderated by Mr. Vikram Gupta. So Vikram, let us know if we can expect some dramatic behavioral shift to fully digital solutions in education. Over to you.
Thanks, Madhuri. I have a wonderful set of panelists here. Two of them who are our portfolio companies, and Hari, who's actually also on a board and has been a very active angel investor in his own capacity and has really scaled up quite a few companies. So I'm really looking forward to a very, very exciting session here. And in fact, EdTech is one sector which has actually quite pleasantly surprised lots of people out there, especially investors who've been investing in this and investors who've invested in this sector for the last 4 or 5 years. I think there's some very interesting trends which are emerging. And I was just looking at a report which came out recently from DPIIT, which is talking about the size of the sector. It is talking about total size of about $225 billion by 2025, with EdTech, the tech part out of that being almost about $11 billion, growing almost at 38% year on year from here onwards. So it's a very unique sector in that sense, with a lot of disruptions happening. So, I would love to hear, your thoughts, each one of you, and of course, Hari, your thoughts would be really appreciated from an investor's perspective and also the mentor's perspective to the sector. Maybe I'll start with you. in terms of what's your bigger picture view of how is this sector shaping up? How COVID has actually, disrupted the sector, and what should we expect in this sector? You're on mute, Hari.
Thanks, Vikram. And I think COVID has been a game changer for several edtech companies. People who have been able to move fast have seen phenomenal results. I just, attended a meeting of one of my portfolio companies. They have grown 100 times in the last 20 months. So from a 10 lakh type of a turnover, they are now doing $1 million monthly run rate. And they say that they will do 10 million in the next 24 months. So the revenues are mostly coming from the international markets. In the sense, the revenue shift is very significant for certain companies. That international revenues are coming in for Indian edtech companies who are totally changing the whole way you can develop skills or impart your experience. So I would say that we are in very interesting times. Nobody knows what are the opportunities, but there are plenty of opportunities out there. So niche opportunities are really scaling up very fast. They're going viral. For example, even Expectrons, if you see the way they have grown, it's very fast and rapid, which we could not expect a edtech company, let's say 5 years before, to scale at that rate. Today, there are a number of companies which are growing at a very phenomenal rate in this space. And there is also, investor interest has really increased in this space. So there is a lot of money available if you have the right model, if you can disrupt a space or choose a niche which has got a global appeal. And having a world which is full of multiple languages other than English, the opportunities seem to multiply, because many of these languages, especially in India, we are not even touched the surface of that. So I would say that COVID has been a game changer. Everybody has accepted technology. Earlier, there was a lot of hesitation in the education sector to accept technology, especially the conventional educational institutions. But parents and children have accepted it wholeheartedly, and it is creating a totally new community now who do not like going to schools or do not like doing physical classes. They just like everything online. It's just like the gaming industry has evolutionized. The education industry, because of technology, is moving more towards the gaming industry, in the sense it's all gamified education. So with these words, I would leave the other panelists to share what they have to say.
No, that's really interesting. I really like the fact that you said niche opportunities are growing fast. And Jatin, I think your business model is very unique. So I would like you to first start with explaining what your business is all about. What kind of markets you're targeting, and talk a little bit about how this entire change and disruption is actually impacting your business.
Yes. Yeah, thanks a lot. And it is really insightful to hear the insights in this market. So Expectrons as a business, we are essentially Netflix for careers. And we are serving, the aim of Expectrons is essentially to serve the 1.85 billion professionals globally who are going to change their careers 5 to 7 times in their lifetime. And on our platform, we have quickly scaled to 5,000 experts in the last 18 months. And we have seen these experts coming here, sharing their experience of how they landed a dream career at, say, a Google, Facebook, Microsoft, OnePlus. Not only a job or an internship experience, but also, say, a B-school experience like IIM, ISB, Harvard Business School, so on and so forth. And pandemic has been a very different time for us. Essentially, we closed our seed and it was all pandemic post that. So most of our, company's lifetime has been during pandemic. But and content, being a content first platform, we have kind of seen a really good surge in terms of the consumption pattern, in terms of how our users are consuming it for lifelong learning, for landing a right professional opportunity. And interestingly, how the landscape is shaping up, even in the higher education professional side, you can actually see more of unicorns coming on the edtech side. Like you can actually see be it from Byju's, the great learning which is on that side, or be it Upgrad coming new into the unicorn market, or even Edurators, Simply Learn for that matter. So you're actually seeing more and more unicorn joining in the higher education professional space. And I see kind of a lot more happening. We are just scratching the surface as of now, because there's a huge potential in terms of everyone wanting to get the right professional growth, everyone wanting to get the and do all of it at the convenience of their home, at the convenience of like have the power of network and everything right at the convenience of an app. So there were apps to order food, or there were apps to order a cab, but there was nothing on this side of professional growth. So I mean, this is just scratching the surface. We are just at the start of what we are building now. Yeah.
Very interesting. Gaurav, I know you have something very interesting going on as well. And Hari earlier mentioned that there's also something called internationalization of education happening. And I think you understand that very well. So why don't you explain what you are doing and how are you looking at this entire disruption?
Thank you, Vikram. And Hari, that was very insightful, the couple of lines that you initially started off with. And I think, so yeah, to everybody, a brief introduction. I'm Gaurav, co-founder at Purple Tutor. We are one of the world's first hybrid live learning platforms, wherein we try to bring AI in the classroom to give customized, personalized learning paths for children. And we are focused right now towards computational thinking. And yeah, Vikram, like you rightly said, I mean, we're very international focused. And I think that was something by design in the company. It's really gone after, and we are right now a 24/7 platform. So we have customers all over the world, right from, Far East, Japan to US to all the markets. And I think it's been a very, very sort of strong learning for us, wherein we have gone to those markets, iterated, and actually sort of catered to those platforms, to those countries, in the sense that we've really maintained quality levels, really tried to iterate in terms of what are the kind of demands that exist in those geographies in terms of course structures, the kind of teachers trainings that are required, because we do have teachers. And I think it's been very interesting to figure out that there has been a very high adoption of what we are offering in terms of the customers there. And I think the way we've looked at it, I mean, surprisingly, like I was looking in the past, actually, there have been very few companies in India that have been in the B2C space based out of India, servicing customers internationally. And I think we would like to think that we are one of those companies who've tried to get that right. I mean, traditionally, it's been in the past, the B2B SaaS companies, typically in the technology space that have done that. And I think more and more edtech players are now seeing this because, it may be the earlier years of what Infosys did in the tech space. EdTech is doing that to some extent right now internationally. So sitting out of India, but servicing customers internationally. And I think we've seen very good adoption rates in our company.
So specific to your business model, Gaurav, if you can just talk a little bit more about that, because we've seen White Hat Junior just within 2 years from zero to getting acquired at $300 billion. And I think this has happened, something very, very unique in the Indian ecosystem. Right. You can just spend a little bit more time about your business model, how it works.
Right. Essentially, what we are doing, Vikram, is that we are offering courses on very interesting courses on app development, game design. In fact, we have courses on Roblox, which is 3D game design, JavaScript, and all these. Obviously, the end goal is for the child to get really, upskilled in skills such as problem solving, logic, creativity, which parents realize, typically are very, very important skills. And there is a slight difference when you look at very young children from 6 years who typically are more looking at, the parents are looking at engagement as well as them learning something. And when you look at slightly older children, when you're getting 11 plus category, they really want something substantial and to be able to showcase it, right? And when we look at the right positioning in terms of what we're offering to these parents, and the idea is to reach out to them through various medium, digital medium initially when you would start off, and then you typically try and build up a very good referral circuit. Because that builds a lot of trust, and we see very good numbers coming through when we're looking at the referral channel that is expanding, the word of mouth and more customers referring to others and those coming in. So children typically take a trial class with us, and then they sort of really have the look and feel of the product, the curriculum, right? You see what a teacher actually offers you. You go through a class wherein the child is fully engaged. The parent also is at most of the time in the class, interacts with the teacher. So they're able to get a full-fledged look and feel on a free basis, right? And then they sign up for the course. So that's some sort of kind of model that we look at. And when we're doing offering these kind of courses to children across the world, there is extremely high adoption, because when we even started the platform, we surveyed customers across geographies, whether it was Southeast Asia, Middle East, Europe, Americas. We figured out that parents were really wanting children to learn this kind of a skill set. And guess what? Children were also very, very keen, because it's in your face. Everybody has smartphone today. Use the Amazon app or Twitter or XYZ. App development is something that sort of strikes a chord with the parent and the child, and there's so many more topics, right? So that sort of finds a lot of takers in that perspective. When you get the right solution with the right quality, I think then parents sort of get that stickiness towards the product.
Interesting. Hari, Jatin mentioned something very interesting, that there's so many unicorns which are getting added in this space. But on the other side, we are seeing this one giant Byju's, which has now become the largest unicorn in the country. And every week we hear a new acquisition happening by Byju's. How do you see this space with consolidation happening on one side and new unicorns emerging on the other side? So where do you see this going? I mean, do you see more and more consolidation happening, or do you see many more unicorns coming out?
I think Byju's, started off very well, but today I have a little sort of doubts in terms of what they're actually doing. They're typically playing a consolidation or an acquisition game, buy and build strategy, right? So and probably they want to go public, in some of the foreign markets, and they want to satisfy all their investors. So their game has, whatever they started, I think they are now on a, more or less like a private equity player, who's trying to consolidate good companies and build a huge, I would say, suite of products and customers. I'm very suspicious and I'm very scared about this type of a model, primarily because education really needs to have a cutting edge, in the sense you can have 10 different companies like Expectron, which could be a unicorn, but you cannot have one very large company in the education space, because, I think teachers are the foundation of all educational institutions, and it's very, very important for the quality to be maintained, and at such large numbers. I don't know what Byju is doing, because I heard that most of the turnover has come from hardware sales, in the last whatever was reported, which is very surprising for an edtech company. You can sell devices, but devices cannot be 60-70% of your sales. So that I really, to tell you very honestly, I can't comment on Byju's because I don't know. I just have seen it from the surface. But I do see that there are very sharp entrepreneurs who are really going after the real market. When I say real market, the global market is huge. It can accommodate, 20, 30, 40, unique companies, which could be unicorns and which are totally focused in one space. And they're continuously delivering value to the customers, continuously building a network of specialized teachers, because I think teachers are very, very important in this whole edtech space. Though we have technology which we can leverage, we need to leverage the technology in building high quality teaching and learning methods. So I would again say that, for people who are disabled, we still have a very large market, in the sense who have got many types of, impairments. For them, there is a large requirement for online learning, which is still, I would say, very, very nascent in terms of the development. So a large company like Byju's would do more of the market game. They will play the market game. They will acquire good companies. They will kill some good companies, because their path to growth is very clear, that they need very large numbers to satisfy their investor base and their customer base. So we do hear a lot of negative things about Byju's as well. Even with White Hat, we heard a lot of negative things. I don't know how far they are true, but definitely there is some, fire, any smoke which comes out, there is something inside, which is really not good for education per se. So there are many parents who have complained. There are many people who have said that they've got cornered into deals. All those things are not good for educational institutions or the brand per se. So I would say that, yes, Byju's will continue to go, and there are other companies also will continue to grow. But the guys who need to be watched are the people who are the niche players, like two of them here in this panel. They are the people who can really, go into a very large, I would say, size with a specialization which is hard to match.
Very interesting perspective, Hari. Thanks for sharing that. So it's quite interesting. Jatin, I think your business model is quite unique. You know, on one side, you are acquiring experts on your platform, right? And on the other side, you have all these career aspirations for people. Uh, is the cost of acquisition of such users high for you? How do you scale up this kind of a business model? You know, and what kind of capital do you think would be required to create a unicorn out of a company like Expertrons?
Right. I think very interesting question. This is Vikram, and I mean, this was the thought at the start while we were laying the foundations of Expertrons, and we did have in mind that we will be the content first kind of platform with a lot of useful content being made available on the platform. And when I call it Netflix for careers, I mean I really mean that a lot of content which will be useful for people to grow in their professional path will be made available on the platform. So right now we are already at 100,000 minutes of content on the platform, and people coming and consuming this content. So I can actually come on the platform, talk to video bot of Vikram, and understand how Vikram's career path went from somewhere to being a great VC. So I can actually talk to your video bot, understand your career path, and then actually book a one-on-one consultation with you. So the way it works is there is this freemium layer. There is this huge layer of people coming on the platform, watching the content. So this content first strategy makes it even better for me to kind of acquire my user at lower and lower cost. And as soon as, I mean, we started with just the Android app, and as soon as we went on the web live and we went on the iOS, we had these 5,000 pages live on our platform. So now anyone looking for, say, Harvard Business School and some name of expert, and they'll also find Expertron's page so that they can go there and actually hear someone about how they landed, say, Harvard Business School. So this content first approach kind of helped us. I mean, and always keeping that at the forefront of acquiring our user was always in our mind. And post which there is a lot of personalization which happens when a person, when any aspirant comes on the platform, how Netflix recommends you that, hey, these are the movies you should be watching because say Vikram, you like comedy movies, so these are the movies you should be watching. Similarly, the aspirant will be given or suggested experts who are matching to their profile. So say if Jatin comes from a tier 2 city in Rajasthan, has done his engineering from a tier 1 college, wants to go to FMCG companies, he'll be looking at experts who are matching Jatin's profile. So a lot of personalization will is kind of helping us kind of help the aspirant see the career paths they can land. And then there was this high ticket size product which we built behind it. So now you can actually, the freemium user can just come here, watch the content, be happy, get placed, and come back saying, hey, I want to become an expert. This freemium user can come here, book a one-on-one consultation with Hari and kind of learn something and then get placed and can be happy. Or they can actually buy a higher ticket size product from us. So we've built it in such, we've built the funnel in such a way that we are able to attract the user at a lower CAC, because if it is going to be ongoing, and if marketing money or marketing cent is what I'll require every time I want to acquire a user, then I mean the path to becoming a unicorn may still happen, but path to having also a good bottom line, not just a good top line, may not happen if I'm just spending marketing budget as I move on. So we consciously had this call of kind of making sure that we are building value of the platform as we are moving.
Very interesting. Gaurav, you mentioned a hybrid model that you're following, right? So, and one of the critical issues in this space is the availability of good qualified teachers, right? So it's becoming a bottleneck for growth for many edtech startups. How do you see that challenge, in terms of growth for your business, and how do you address that proactively?
It's a very, very deep and very good question, Vikram, firstly. And I think it's a real problem. So I think the holy grail problem that we are looking to solve is when you are scaling a business, how do you ensure there is a standardization of delivery and at the same time a high level of personalization in the classroom, right? And I think the problem starts coming in is like, when you have a small set of teachers, you have star teachers, you can take care of them, high degree of training. But when you scale up, let's say today we're at 300 teachers, but 3,000, 30,000, what happens, right? And I think the idea that we want to do is we want to make our teachers super teachers, or what we like to call put an exoskeleton, like Iron Man on the teacher, right? And how is that Iron Man going to work? Is in the live classroom, you will have a third person, typically which interacts with the child and helps the teacher live in the class. So what we are trying to do, Vikram, is that we are collecting data real time in the classroom, right, of the student profile, and that keeps on sort of getting updated on a regular basis as the child's or the student's journey progresses, right, right from every class. And that is accessed at every time in terms of when a critical decision needs to be taken, right? For example, if for a specific child, you may have a certain number of activities to be done, right? You can have a whole pool of activities, but for a particular child, a particular activity might be more suitable. And that makes the class extremely personalized. For example, you may like race cars versus another girl child likes flowers, right? So you give an activity involving race cars, that much more engagement comes in of the child. And that's what we try to do. And just a very crude example, but that's how you try to really personalized classes with so many more tools. So what you're doing is, when you're intervening with technology in the classroom, you're able to control class delivery. And that's what we try to do. And I think that's those platforms which sort of try and bring technology are going to be able to scale up effectively with the quality that we speak about.
So I do have quite a few questions coming from the audience here. So let me take up some of these. There's a question from Sumit from Cipra Inc. The question is, what are your views on edtech's building solutions for the tier 3 and 4, which is the Bharat, in vernacular languages? Example, test prep, upskilling, etc. So, yeah, I mean, we'd love to hear your views. Maybe, Hari, if you want to start.
See, I think there is a phenomenal opportunity. Monetization will take time because, tier 2, tier 3 cities, the paying capacity is much less, but there is a huge volume. So, you can get 1 million views of a YouTube video if you can do it well in Hindi or some other regional language very quickly. So there is a huge market out there. And I can see, many students who are posting videos in YouTube from, let's say, the northeastern states, they get almost 100,000 views in no time. So there is a huge opportunity, especially with the local languages in India. And, you can learn anything in the sense today there are skills, there are, subjects. So there is a very good opportunity, but it really needs deep pockets because you really have to build a very large community in order to monetize that. But overall, I would say great market, but needs deep funding.
Any of you wants to add to that?
I think, Vikram, I completely echo what Hari said. I think the critical issue is monetization. I think how people do, because the market is very large, but how you monetize via cross sell, via volume of content, because the users are large. But I think I completely agree with what Hari has said.
So I have a question very specific to you, Jatin. There is a question from Jyoti from Rainmaker Securities. She's asking you, can you please explain your revenue model?
Okay, great. I think, Expertrons as such, of course, there is a freemium audience which is coming and consuming content. There's the second layer of audience which is coming and talking to the recommended set of experts. And then there is this third layer of high ticket size aspirants coming on board who require not just, they require recommended experts, they require pack of consultation, they require referrals from these experts. They actually require a network of companies. They actually require capstone projects. So we have kind of bundled all of it together. And you can actually call us like a virtual alumni cell and a virtual placement cell for a lot of these tier 2, tier 3 city aspirants who are coming on board. And we have a high ticket size, like a $250 plus income sharing product on our platform, which they opt for. So when they opt for this, they actually get all of it together. Like they actually get capstone projects by these experts that get to talk to recommended experts. They'll also refer them to their particular role. And we have a network of 2,000 plus companies whose jobs are listed on our platform. So they also get access to the jobs on our platform. And once they get placed, there is also an income sharing component which triggers. So our revenue model involves both a fixed plus income sharing model. And that has kind of helped us grow 57x in the last 12 months. Yeah.
I know I have only 3 minutes left, but I have quite a few questions coming up, but I'll try to take maybe 2 of them. There's a question from Mr. KK Baghel. So he says it's a feedback on online studies. It says his wife actually is an HOS at British Curriculum School in UAE, and the challenge they're facing with the online education. You lose touch with the social world, and therefore the online teaching has to be even more creative. So I know that this is one question which many people, whoever has kids, they know this, that the whole environment at home has changed. But I think it's more to do with the I don't know if there are any reactions to that. It's there's no question attached to it, but any experience that you guys want to share with how you guys are either leveraging that or seeing challenge with respect to your business.
Bikram, I'll go first. I would say that young people today, that is children, are all, they are all screenagers. They are all learning from screens only. So they spend a lot of time with screens. So the world that they will be moving into is more into, virtual reality, augmented reality, that type of a thing. So I think we are going to a totally different world, which has not been seen before. And young children are directly, getting adjusted to that type of a world, and they're very, very comfortable in that. Yes, we do get into some type of mental health issues and other things. So, but that's something which is an offshoot of any type of technological advances. So I would say that we really need to balance the mental health and social skills portion along with all the advancement in technology. Otherwise, we will have a society where people don't talk to each other, but they only talk in screens.
So we have run out of time, but I'll take the liberty of another 15 seconds asking one last question from my side. When would you see a $1 trillion company in education sector? Given the fact that there is a 500 million kids in the age group of 5 to 24 in India, about 250 million school going kids in India, and that is growing. Any kind of immediate reactions on that?
See, I would call Apple as an education company, right? Because they sell everything which is directly used in education. Google. So these are already sort of, I would say, trillion operations. But pure edtech company, I would say it would take probably another 5 years.
Another 5 years? Okay.
I feel it would be faster than 5 years. Just given the fact how how things are shaping up, how we are actually seeing unicorns coming in 2 years. One just turned in the job edtech space just yesterday. So I see things are coming up really fast, and the way it is changing is, it will also depend on the paying capacity and everything. Of course, I'm not sure will it be from India, but we'll very soon be seeing these companies coming out from different geographies, but sooner than we are expecting it. Yeah.
Gaurav, you have the last word.
Thanks. So I think next 5 years could be a good, very interesting period. I think just purely from a number of people coming in, the funding, you see I was just seeing data, last 18 months, we've had more funding than the last 10 years, by the way, in tech. And, all the data tells us that more and more people are solving more problems. There's a lot of funding coming the way to sort of help them. And I think paying capacity of people is increasing. If you combine all this together, I think the next 5 years are going to be very interesting in the tech space, and you're going to have multiple unicorns. And I think you could possibly see that, $500 billion companies coming up in the next 5 years. I definitely agree with that.
Awesome. We only have this much time today. Really enjoyed the session. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Vikram.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jatin.
Thank you. Thanks,
Gaurav. Thanks, Gaurav.
Everyone, EdTech has definitely defied all odds during this pandemic. And it has been a celebration time both for the entrepreneurs and the investors, I must say. And it was good to hear this session and learn new terminologies and adding to my dictionary, latest being internationalization of education and screenagers. That was quite interesting, actually. Well, our last session for today ideates on building deep tech companies in India, a space which has seen significant traction during the pandemic with increased interest from VC firms and funding agencies. To quote, 14% of total investments in 2020 went to deep tech companies, up from 11% in 2019. So one of the investment themes today is clearly deep tech. So let's hear from the experts how innovative tech minds are creating a revolution in the world of technology. The session will be moderated by Mr. Nile Doshi, Associate IvyCap. So Nile, over to you.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Thank you for the introduction. It's really great to be here. And thank you all the panelists to join the session. We all know, right? I mean, deep tech is being termed as the fourth wave of innovation. Now that innovation or that wave is gaining the momentum, right? And deep tech really transforms the way the world will work, right? And for that, we have got an interesting mix of companies today who are coming from different sectors, building deep tech companies from India, but competing with the players globally. I would like to start with Sneh from Miko, right? Just to give us a brief about what the company does, right? And then we'll move on to the other panelists.
Hi everyone, my name is Sneh. I represent Miko as its CEO. Miko is a global consumer robotics company. We make Miko robots that engage, educate, and entertain kids. These robots operate as a content on subscription hardware platform that create magical experiences for young minds. Eager to meet everyone and take more questions going forward.
Perfect. Shakradhar, if you can just explain like how the Singularity works.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. This is Chakradhar. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Singularity Automation. We are a 5-year-old company based out of Bangalore. We work in the IoT space. I think it was 2016 when we started with a basic smart lock solution for the co-living space. We have been able to quickly capture the whole market with almost all the major players in the market being our clients now. We recently have launched a new product, Smart Access Control, under the brand Secure Pass. We are seeing superb traction in commercial and residential spaces now. And the core success, what we feel we have found is by designing the product specifically for the Indian market, while focusing on the price sensitivity and the business challenges which are prevalent here. We really feel that the market is ripe for penetration of IT technologies, and we are soon going to see an explosion of more solutions in this space. Thank you.
Perfect. As Chakradhar is building an IoT startup, we have Bhaskar here from Trilbit, who is working on creating Internet of Sound. So Bhaskar, I mean, please if you can explain like what Trilbit is all about.
Sure. So hi everyone, happy to be here. My name is Bhaskar, CEO and co-founder of Trilbit. At Trilbit, we are building what we call the Internet of Sound. Essentially, our technology converts any speaker into a data transmitter and any device with a microphone into a data receiver. And with this, we can do any kind of authentication, secure and seamlessly without the need for any additional hardware. So just the microphones and speakers that are already present in all these devices become a conduit for secure data transfer.
Thanks, Bhaskar. Gaurav, you are building a company which will power the future of work. Would love to hear from you how does the SuperPro perform?
Thanks, Nile. Great to be here in this panel. At SuperPro, I'm the CEO and founder of SuperPro. What we are building is a future of work powered by future of video communication. So we have taken a video-first communication approach, and we are aiming to be the default communication and data platform for Indian organizations. Here, the context is that India is the world's second largest online market, and in next 25 years, India will become #2 economy. But we still, if we count the top 10 apps or the 4 communication apps, none are Indian. And we strongly believe this is not going to continue. There are going to be strong Indian alternatives, and we are aiming to be the one.
Thanks, Gaurav. We all are like fascinated by the deep tech companies, right? But we all have this question, like how building a deep tech company, is it easy? Is it difficult? Right? So I'd like to start with Sneh from Miko, right? You are building a hardware company in a deep tech segment. Would love to hear like how the journey has been, like how the last 3-4 years has been. What were some of the barriers that you were able to overcome, and what's the status of it?
I think the most important aspect is we are a 6-year-old business, and having rolled out 2 successful hardware products so far and a 3rd one coming soon right now. So we've been through that journey multiple times and honed and improved it over the years. A typical hardware product takes nearly 2 years to build, right from minimum 2 years, from a whiteboard concept to the final product coming in your hand. And throughout that process, you need a lot of patient capital. You need a lot of conviction at the early stages to go to the right problem, because once your hardware product is out, unless it's a software controlled device which can be improved over a period of time, that's the plane is set off, and that's where you are after the hardware is done. It comes with its pros and cons. Pure software companies with scale, the problems keep increasing, but when with a hardware company with scale, you can sit back and relax that, okay, fine, my initial hard work is done, and now I need to just focus on the scaling part and the business part of it. So, but having learned that, so when we started Miko, it was a brand new concept. A companion robot in India was very unheard of. The concept required almost 14 plus different disciplines to come together and work on it. So because it was so niche, it was very easy to attract talent, because almost everyone was either building an app or a mobile phone or a website in 2015. And we were saying we'll build a companion robot that will be with the child and roam around. So it's very easy to attract some of the best talent globally. We had Russians to Americans to Israelis coming together, working with us and on the concept that we were trying to build. Initially, unless and until your first invoice is raised, until then, getting capital for something like this is not easy at all. And it's when you're purely on 2 years on what your conviction is. So so friends and families and then gradually angel investors. But venture capital money is not comes in after you've typically come in with some business and some traction around that. So once the product came out and you've shown successful scale and you've demonstrated product market fit, then sky is the limit. You will get access to capital, you will get access to different markets, and most important aspect is in deep tech, because there's a lot of patient capital involved. You need to ensure that what the founder is committing, those milestones are hit year on year, quarter on quarter, and throughout. Once investors and once your employees to your investors, everyone sees that you're exactly on those milestones, it becomes, things start falling in place, and you are pretty much onto that. Otherwise, it can go in either directions like this.
Okay. And Bhaskar, you are building a product with a very unique proposition, right? So what are some of the fundamental principles you believe that a company needs to keep in mind, right, while building a company which is like this kind of unique and disrupting?
Right. So one of the things that building a platform technology like we have is that it needs to work in all different kinds of ecosystems. You have Android, you have iOS, embedded, and so on. So I think one of the fundamental challenges in the beginning for us has been, and which we have been focusing on, is on a standardization of the technology to work on different platforms. Because the power of our technology is that, for example, NFC works only in about 40% devices in India, right? 40% phones. But that's taking that technology that works on 80% to 100% is not so easy. And so our fundamental has been, or for any kind of platform technology, is that you cannot work with even with 90%, when it will work with 90%, because that will always create a barrier for your clients who's thinking, will it work for every device? So that has been one of the principles for us, has been that one, that it's extremely seamless, both for the user as well as for the customer who is implementing this technology into their products, but also that it works across the platforms and across different hardware, software, as well as a UI UX platform. So that has been the fundamental in the first half of our company. And the second half, what we found was that it's very important to have not just a horizontal technology that is seamless or that is accepted by a number of platforms, but also that we have vertical integration into building like a product which is which solves the challenges of the customer, and not just a technology that we give it to them saying that this is technology, maybe you can use it. Instead of that, we have been trying to focus on a vertical product that is just like a plug and play, almost like a low code solution for any, say, anyone who is building a hardware device, an app, or even a web page to just integrate this into their solution. So there has been like two different principles that we focus in the first half of our journey, which when we were actually trying to build the technology, and the second half when we are trying more focused on commercialization. And the first was horizontal integration, and now we are more trying to make a vertical product.
Okay, so like you mentioned about low code, right? And SuperPro, you are building, Gaurav, you are building a product which is like combining a no code or a low code solution with a future of work, right? So how do you see this? Like, how do you plan on building a company wherein you are betting that how we all will work, right? I mean, a year back, we all used to work from office. Now we are all here working from home, right? How do you combine, like, what kind of like a combination of technology which is required to build a solution which will be used by a large number of people, not just in India, but all over the world?
So here, what we see are two very defining trends here. So one, that if we look back in the history and in historical context, communication as a technology, has always been enabler. And in history, in human civilization, wherever a new form of communication has emerged, or the communication coverage has increased, it has led to innovation all across, and it has led to altogether a different period of economic growth. We can look at all such communication technologies, right? Now we see we are entering into a phase where video communication itself is not going to be restricted just to technology, at a communication level. If you look at what happened with telephony, right? Mobile, telecom, mobile, landline to mobile, and now then, that gave rise to smartphones. If there was no mobility, right, there would not have been any smartphones, correct? And that's what we see with video communication. It has already become, to an extent, it is what we call, it's a gateway technology. Yeah. So video communication will become as seamless and as simple as internet itself, wherein now we already see the users which are coming now online, for them internet is video. They do not use search. They really don't. They don't use browsing. There is no browsing behavior, right? And that's what we see, that video communication as a gateway technology, it simply becomes, okay, there are just two scenarios. You are talking to people, so you are delivering services, you are consuming services. Second, you're talking to bots, you're talking to machines. Yeah. And that is how simple it is going to be. And that is where we see that everything will come together. And again, from a data and AI perspective, right? AI needs data, right? So AI is electricity and data is the oil to power it. But that is where communication also plays a role, because the data that's being generated around communication, that is what enables AI at scale. So this is what we see, that fundamentally the way we work is going to transform. People have accepted that it is going to be hybrid, but what we see really is it's going to be hybrid in a different form. That hybrid is not about in person and work from home or work from office. No, it's going to be hybrid, working with humans and working with machines, working with bots, wherein we are going to see automation to a all different level. Yeah, wherein right now when automation is still technically challenging for a layman, for an average user, we are going to see that it's going to be ultra seamless for everybody.
Right. So, Shakradhar, I'll come back to you, but just a point from Gaurav. Like, I mean, we communicate with bots. And Snehi, you are also building products wherein, like, you are building products for kids, wherein earlier they used to maybe interact with maybe their friends or something else, but now they have this option to interact with a robot, right? So how do you see this? I mean, do you see this change or in this behavior, which will be accepted overall globally? How do you see this growth?
So I think we do not see Miko as a replacement for any human relationship in the life of a child. It's not a replacement for friends, teachers, families, and so on. We see our society is incomplete. And we feel robots and humans can coexist, and we're trying to complete the society. So that's how we look at things, and where we see a mobile robot that roams around and acts as a technology interface to the child and giving the child access to any form of technology outcome that is a new magical experience for learning and development of the child, where the child could engage, educate, and entertain from. In that direction, we do not see it replacing any friend per se. So we've seen very good adoption across 140 plus countries. Today, kids are using it. Generally, kids typically drop off their attentions very quickly with any new thing that comes in their life. Within 3-4 days, they stop using it and so on. But now with Miko, we are seeing adoptions almost a year plus after purchase, 15 hours per user per month, pretty heavy engagement on the device. And so that itself enforces that the adoption in the child and in the entire family of the element of technology has come out very well.
Yeah, I think this is a very, I mean, kind of a wrong assumption that like robots might replace human beings. But as you correctly said, that it's not like a substitute for any other human being, but like a complementary part, right? I mean, like benefit the kids.
Correct.
Chakravar, coming to you, you are building a solution around security and automation for shared spaces, right? Would love to know from you, the journey of the idea. Was it more of like a personal experience, or maybe something that you have seen around and then you started working on it?
Yeah, so actually, as you said, right, so when we started, it was a smart lock solution for the co-living industry. It was a first-hand experience which we had. It was a pretty bad experience which we had. We were searching for houses, as is the case with most of the people, bachelors living in cities. And at that time, Nestaway was one of the companies which was offering houses on a shared basis for people. And we were stuck in the entrance of a house because someone had misplaced the key in their ops team, and we had to wait for a couple of hours. And that's when we saw right through it that, this is a problem which needs to be fixed. And we quickly came up with a prototype, and we showed it to them. Fortunately for us, they were also looking at a similar solution because they were facing the same problem. And we quickly are able to deploy it across 100 locations, do the prototype testing, and then scale to almost 5,000 locations across Nestaway. That was one of our first clients and the biggest clients we had. And coming to the overall market, what we have seen is that the market has been dominated by traditional players. The security market, at least which we have been, it is pretty fragmented by traditional players who are just getting products from other countries, rebranding, white labeling them, and selling them off. We see that there's no product expertise in the company as such. So that's where we feel that we'll be able to disrupt this industry. With product expertise in the company as a core DNA, we feel that the overall experience which we'll be able to provide will be far superior to what they have been doing. This is what we have been able to achieve also. Yeah.
I'll take a point from Sneh, which he mentioned earlier about patient capital required for a hardware company, right? But would love to know thoughts from other panelists also, like how the investors' interest has been, right? I mean, in last 2-3 years, and what is the change in the outlook that you are currently seeing? Which has, as Mansi also mentioned, that like the increases investment is from $15 million in 2016 to $60 million in 2020, right? So what is the change in the outlook that you are seeing, right? Bhaskar, would love to know from you, like how's the investor outlook has been changed over the years?
So I think there's a big change in terms of investor outlook, because what we have seen recently, and especially in deep tech, and now even we are seeing that there is a lot of interest in similar deep allied deep tech. Blockchain is one example, where the investors are not just looking into a fixed model, let's say SaaS or or a cookie cutter approach where there is a successful thing that's going on in US and it would be really good to have it in India or somewhere else. But looking more deeply into the ecosystem and understanding what essentially the idea for or the core of deep tech is that you're building something new, you're building something from scratch, and hence the risk appetite is not just a market or execution risk, right? So there is a tech risk, there is a market risk, and of course, with all startups, there is some execution risk. And what we think is that as the ecosystem is maturing, investors are not just looking for or getting excited about players which have no execution or technology risk, but we think that there is more confidence of betting on founders to even overcome like technology risk, which is associated with deep tech, or thinking more deeply about the market risk or how a completely new field can open up a new market or consolidate an existing market. So I think with the investor confidence, and as we see more and more success of these deep tech companies, I think there'll be more of confidence from the investor in taking bets and taking bets that would bet for founders to overcome these technological risk and market risks too, not just execution risk.
Right. Chakra, are there any other points to add here, like to what Bhaskar said, what you would have seen, right, in terms of investor outlook?
Yeah. So one thing we are seeing is that there's probably a slight difference between the deep tech and probably hardware-based companies inside deep tech. One thing what we feel is, especially in the hardware game, you need a lot of patience. Probably the investors also need to, as Sneh said, right? It takes almost a couple of years to just have a single iteration of the product, and that's the amount of patience. Now, right now we are seeing there are unicorns in 21 months, 20 months, probably a couple of years. So with that, I think slightly there is a change in mindset, but I feel there is still a way to go. There's some distance to go by the investors, where especially in the hardware deep tech space, given there's a huge focus on R&D, it will take some time, and there's a need for patient capital going forward. Although with the success of some recent stories and companies like Zworks and all coming up, helping with the hardware game overall in the market, right? We see that the outlook is definitely improvising, and more investors are willing to take that risk and willing to take that long-term risk and bet on companies.
And Gaurav, hardware, we have got the overview. Like, how about the software company or a company like yours, which is creating an online platform? How's the investor outlook in that segment?
This segment has seen a lot of action in last 18 months. I think the pandemic time itself, and as a company which got born post the lockdown itself, we really see, and worldwide we see the trend. I mean, there have been unicorns already in this segment in a short time. So we see that, yes, around communication and video communication in particular, leading to data platforms. So we see continued interest, and given that players like Zoom, they have already shown that they are not restricted to video communication. They've already expanded to adjacent space. There are rumors around Zoom launching a complete product suite and a lot more products already. So we see that the interest is very strong in this segment already.
Okay. Just want to understand from all of you guys, right? What's the plan for next 4 to 5 years? For the next 4 to 5 years, like what's the ambition? How do you see the overall market coming up in coming years, right? And how do you see your company, like what kind of role it will be playing? Sneh, starting from you.
So we are entering into almost 10 million plus homes over the next 5 years, with Miko becoming the first medium of tech in the life of a child, to the point where Miko could actually play the role of a teacher at home. Just whatever the teacher has taught to you in the classroom, Miko could actually take a revision of that in its full sense and be a solid aid in your academic journey to your overall journey in your childhood. That's the kind of vision for the technology as well as for the Miko pipeline of series. As Miko as a company, we'll be having multiple more verticals of robotic products for different categories and TGs that will come out. They'll all leverage robotics and AI and solving certain unmet supply chain, and definitely a solid an IPO friendly organization.
Okay. Bhaskar, what's the next? How does the next 4 to 5 years look for Drillbit, and how does the entire market would grow?
Yeah. So I think that it's very exciting time for the segment that we are in. Like we have been hearing that IoT is the future, and IoT is a growing market. There's no question about that. And now everyone is convinced that voice is the next feature, next trend. Every device now is coming with voice enabled. So the trend just for 2022, there will be like 2 billion devices with Amazon Alexa or Google Siri built in. So that's 1/4 of the world's population will have. So the number of devices which will have these inbuilt will be about 1/4 of the world's population. And in 2022, about 4 billion microphones will be embedded in devices. So this is the right market in terms of the explosion of the voice enabled and voice control devices that we are going to see. Now, Trillbit is in a unique position because yes, we are not doing voice enabled, but we are opening the next door for voice enabled services. An example is, like you cannot do financial transaction on these voice bots or say Siri, Google Home, and so on, because in India you need multi-factor authentication. In Europe you have PSD2 compliance, which restrict or try to secure your transactions. And Trillbit is the only way in which these devices can have a secure transaction without worrying about things like deepfake or government compliance or RBI compliance and so on. And so we are in a very exciting segment, and it's really exciting time to be in this space. Video is one for sure, like Gaurav said, and the other one is voice. And we'll see voice in every device that you can imagine. We are already seeing it even in like toasters and coffee makers, which traditionally we don't see.
And Bhaskar, you mentioned one important point about compliance, right? How important do you think maybe like compliances or regulations, right, in your segment, which needs to be changed for like maybe this entire market to be exploded?
Right. So there are so the government is and regulators are rightly thinking about some of the things to protect the consumers, and in terms of like cybersecurity, because we have seen like camera footage leaking off from a big segment in even like which traditionally should be secure, like prisons in US or living homes in Singapore. In the other, the financial sector, people have been more cautious, especially in India and in Europe. With RBI giving certain directions, and Europe has to. In US, they have been less so because people are more secure about what you see is top-down approach, wherein any fraud, the consumer is not liable for that fraud, and hence it's more open. But having said that, these cybersecurity incidences can kill the whole sector itself. Like, you have one fraud, you use voice command to do a transaction, and if that had a fraud, then essentially that would stop you from using it next time, or at least you would wait and see what's happening. So I think like it's very critical, and it's actually the government regulations should not be looked at as like a barrier, but more like an enabler, because once you have a secure system, then that enables the whole sector to grow rather than having no regulation and problems with that. So we see it as positive. And I think like it will actually help the sector in terms of both cybersecurity as well as user convenience.
Right. And from cybersecurity, Chakravar, moving to you, you're working for the physical security in like a physical space, right? Like what's your ambition? Like what's your plan for next 4 to 5 years? How do you see the overall segment exploding?
Yeah. One of the things which I mentioned earlier, right? So one thing which we see is the physical security market, especially in India. That's a very fragmented market, right? So there are a lot of small players who are getting products haphazard way and then wiring things up in God knows which way. And these are the things which are controlling the actual physical entrances of premises, which is a very big deal. And that's one of the most important places where people are looking to be secured. So with this is what we have seen that in whichever solution we are building, security is one of the most important aspects. Where even when we are interacting with the clients, even if they are most of them, let's say IT companies, the first thing they inquire about is what kind of security are you guys using? What kind of protocols are you guys using to secure it? What are the different types of attacks? What could happen? We are seeing increasing interest from clients also in the security space, which is a positive sign for us because we have spent that effort in securing our products to all these kind of against these attacks. And one thing what we feel is in the coming years, the physical security is going to get more and more important in the daily lives of people. And this is where I think IoT will play a crucial role in bringing this change into this segment.
And Gaurav, I mean, you are building a company which will decide how we'll work in the future, right? So what's your plan for next 4 to 5 years, and what other use cases that you see like for SuperPro, right? Wherein you are will explode in next 4 to 5 years.
Yes. So in next 4 to 5 years, what we see already happening in terms of deep tech, it's always said that today's deep tech is tomorrow's consumer tech, and historically we have always seen that be it in US or in India now it's picking up that investments in deep tech are always strategic from a government perspective because they see that it's not just the tech in the short term that is being built, but it will lead to a lot more things in future. So that's what we see for us. Again, given the geopolitical environment, we already see a big push from government for everything made in India, and communication being of strategic importance. Yeah, we already see. So we have been speaking to people in government, in different ministries, even in agencies, different security agencies, defense, military, and so on. Unanimous feedback and most unanimous say that is being said. It's very clear. The data needs to be in India, and when it comes to communication, it is absolute importance that everything should remain in India, and Indian organizations, yeah, not just government organizations, but all Indian organizations need to have complete control over it. And that is where we see that once at the scale of 1 billion online users, right, we see that yes, if we have to transcend these barriers of language and so on in India, at least, video communication is going to play the most important role because then you really don't get trapped in the typing of different languages, and that is a key challenge that everybody is facing. Beyond the first 50 million users in India. So that is what we see. It's going to happen, and where we see being there that reaching the goal of 500 million users in next 4 to 5 years, and being the default communication and data platform for Indian organizations, and being the trusted partners for Indian government organizations when it comes to communication and data. So that's what we are aiming at.
Just one point which I think I'll ask all of you would be, how do you find talent or how do you attract talent, right? Because as you correctly mentioned that it's a patient capital, so like it will take time to go beyond the point, right? So how do you attract talent to come towards working something which will actually transform the world right? The way we work, right? The way we communicate, the way we'll maybe interact, the way we'll authenticate, right? So how do you find that talent? Yeah, starting from you.
So basically, I think if the challenge that you're solving is very niche and there are which has a very unique approach to it, I don't think identifying and attracting talent is ever going to be challenging. We've had an ex-Apple industrial designer work with us closely during the first generation of Miko when we were building that at the nascent stage of 2016, and at the same time, like multinational talent, multi-ethnicities, diverse talent coming on board and working hands-on with you has never been a challenge for us. Typically, those guys who've come back from the US, they've masters and PhDs who probably want to come back to stay with the family. A place like Miko becomes very attractive because no one else is doing the kind of work that we are doing pretty much. So therefore, thankfully, that part of it has been very smooth so far from the entire aspect, and that is not so challenging at all. And we've had very senior leadership team members taking a fair haircut and joining at very early stages with us just because of the quality of the problem that you're after.
Right. Shakradhar, Gaurav, in very short, like if you could also help us understand, like how do you find the talent?
So for us, I think it probably has been slightly different from what Sneh was saying, probably due to the stage at which we are as a company, right? So one thing we have seen is in India, at least, coming to the hardware and the embedded side, there is a scarcity in talent, especially in the mid to senior positions. So we have had a pretty hard time finding people. And again, at the lower positions, it's slightly easier. You can groom people who are coming right out of college. Because what we are seeing is whoever are graduating, right, especially from electronics and electrical, most of them are finally settling on some software, eventually going towards the software side. And when that happens at the later stages in their career, we are not able to find many people who are in this domain, right? Although that being said, I mean, the excitement of working in a startup, we have seen some people sway their decision who are working in bigger corporations also. But overall, we feel there is a scarcity in talent, and there is definitely a need for grooming more people towards in that direction, especially in the IoT and the hardware domain.
True. Bhaskar, any point to add here?
Yes, definitely. I agree with Chakra that it has been hard. It's easier in India to get good talent, but at a more fresh out of college or more fresher, but getting like really world-class talent, which we are trying to go after, especially in deep tech, is harder. And there are great things too. There are people who have joined us leaving Samsung, Qualcomm, at much lower salaries because they believe in the problem. So there is that too. But like Sneh was saying, so there is a lot of that, and you have to be out there and get educating people about what you're trying to build and how that's great, and there'll be people joining you. But you can only depend on the generosity and of their generosity and your marketing ability to a certain extent. The market, there's huge lack of talent, so much so that actually so our office is in Cambridge, Boston, and I'm here, and it's much easier actually to get talent here. We have been able to get really world-class talent much easily here than in India. Well, of course, the salary level is different, but it's not. But the ratio, like the standard market salary, the premium that you have to pay from a standard market salary, a US market salary, is actually much less than what you would pay in India. There are other aspects too, because in India, we have not seen, I think as the ecosystem is maturing, we'll see more, but we are not seeing a huge number of smaller exits. So a lot of, early stage, when talent joins early stage, they tend to discount the equity, which is not there in US, and they give much more credence or much more value to equity. That helps too. But I think that is definitely a huge thing for deep tech and hardware companies in India, is to finding quality talent, because that's how you build world-class companies. There's no other way.
Perfect. Gaurav, final comments from your end.
Yes, for me, always my past startup as well. It's always been the problem statement. Even in Innoplexis was able to build a stellar team just because of the problem statement, and because people believe that yes, it's not the IBMs of the world who are going to win in this race. Yeah, and even now for us, the problem statement is simple. Yeah, we are going against Zoom head on. So yes, if you believe that yes, it can be done and it needs to be done, and now we have expanded that yes, it's a made in India platform. So people who believe it, they'll join irrespective. And we see surprisingly actually that at a senior level there is a lot more interest. Yeah, and people are actually helping us without even asking for salary. They are consulting us, and they said no, we can figure out the money later. So we see that yes, the mission matters.
That's really important, and then that's a great note to end this session on. Thank you so much, everyone. I think this was a great session. Over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's time now to conclude first day of the event. We hope all of you enjoyed today's sessions. It was interesting to listen to the entrepreneurs who were at the helm, managing their businesses during this unprecedented time and lived to tell the tale. It definitely gave us a glimpse of how technology and innovation are reshaping businesses today. We have a host of interesting sessions lined up for tomorrow as well, and a stellar lineup of speakers once again. The sessions would focus on dissecting the emerging trends in the VC industry, what it takes to build hypergrowth companies, how sustainability and give back element is increasingly becoming an integral part of VC investing, and much more. Don't miss it, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Till then, take care and have a great evening. Thank you.